we started with aquatic. I think in aquatic we saw the 3 zones, all right? The 3 zones of littoral, pelagic, and benthic zone, and the 3 classification. All right. So can you please chat box? Can you write it till what we have seen? I think we have seen the plankton organism, benthos zone. So have you seen that plankton till benthos zone? Okay, benthos zone. So have you seen? No. The thing is, whether have you seen the Newton, nekton, plankton? Okay, that's the zone we have seen. I know that benthos bioluminescence still that we have seen. But my question is, after that, have you seen that plankton, nekton, ecological classification? Okay, so we have seen the entire plankton, nekton, and all. Okay, fine. So till benthos we have seen benthos bioluminescence. Till that we have seen. Okay, okay. Now we have to get into the various ecosystem. So when come to the ecosystem, we have to start with mangroves. So before getting into mangrove, we have to understand the concept of estuary, and then we can get into mangroves. Sorry, share content. So anyway, just we'll do a small recap of it. So I think we would have seen this. Let me shut down my video so that it will be better for me. So here we would have seen about the various, the race enters and the different zones. So littoral zone, pelagic zone, and benthic zone. So within that, wherever the light enters, which is called photic zone, and where the light does not enter, we call it as a aphotic zone. Aphotic or profundal zone. Okay, so the bottommost portion is the benthic zone. All right, so that's the first thing we have seen. And then, so we understood what is littoral zone, what is the purpose of littoral zone and all. And then I told about the 3 zones a little bit in detail. And after that, probably I would have taken to Newton. So it's an organism that survives in the air-water interface, we have seen. So this is plankton. Okay, suppose plankton, I have some more pictures of plankton, just I will give a small view. So it is it can range from microscopic to macroscopic. Normally macroscopic algae, plankton, we call it as a seaweed. So microscopic, when it comes, there are many microscopic. So you can see here some microscopic pictures. So diatom, dinoflagellate, you can see this. Diatom and dinoflagellate, these two are the major primary producer in the ocean. 85% of the primary production in the ocean is done by these 2 phytoplankton, 2 algae. Apart from that, cyanobacteria, green algae, blue-green algae, gonadal-bone algae, and the cocklothi-4. So these are the various. So we have much more type also. Major 2 is diatom and dinoflagellate. So within diatom and dinoflagellate, we have many diatoms and dinoflagellate. You can see here. So diatom of Chymnodium, diatoms of Dinophysis, so dinoflagellate, diatom, various categories we have. So you can see green algae category. So multiple category. So within this diatom and dinoflagellate, some are harmful. Some diatoms and some dinoflagellate are harmful. Normally when they grow like a bloom. Normally it is called as harmful algae bloom. HAB. That is a concern for most of the oceanic ecosystem, even in the lakes also. Okay. So whether the video is clear? So when you come to the zooplankton, so you can see the various microscopic animal. So within this, we have different types. So it's not needed, type and all not needed, just only for your imagination. Okay, so just ostracod, tinitin. Okay, so different types of zooplankton. So the chain comes like phytoplankton will be eaten by the zooplankton. So phytoplankton will be eaten by the zooplankton. Zooplankton in turn eaten by the fishes and other nectons, so that the food chain goes along, right? So that's what. And then we saw about the different types of zooplanktons. Then we saw about nekton. All the large animals are called nekton. That is, they are the powerful swimmers. And apart from that, benthos, the bottommost organism is called benthos. So since they'll survive in a dark condition where primary producers is not there, where no sunlight, so they have to eat whatever they get. So that's the reason if it open its mouth, as I told you, it can open 2 times of its body size. The reason is it has to capture, and it will have a strong digestive enzyme to digest everything. Okay, and also since it is in the bottom, since it's the dark, it will have its own light, which is called bioluminescence. That's called the biological light. So probably you can see the light it can produce. Normally this light is not produced by themselves, by the organism themselves. It is produced by a symbiotic bacteria. Probably I would have told you in the last class. A symbiotic bacteria is attached with this organism. Now this organism provides the habitat and food for the bacteria. In turn, the bacteria will provide the light. So even some diatoms and dinoflagellate will also have this bioluminescence. So bioluminescence, don't think that it can be only for the bottom dwelling. So many marine organism will have this bioluminescence, but by and large, benthos will have this bioluminescence, or those who goes to the deeper part, benthic zone, definitely will have this bioluminescence. Okay, so now we have to directly get into estuary. We will see the concept of estuary and then we'll get into mangroves. Okay, so estuary, I think they would have even discussed in the geography part, but we are going to see the ecological part of estuary. Okay, what is a estuary? Estuary is a place where the fresh water and the salt water meets. When the fresh water and the salt water meets, that water we call it as a brackish water. So why it is called brackish water is, whether everything is clear. Okay, so it is estuary is a okay, thanks. So estuary is a place where the fresh water and the salt water meets. When the fresh water and the salt water meets, normally the salinity of the water reduces. We call that as a brackish water. We call that as a brackish water. Okay, so how the fresh water, salt water will meet? Let me take a whiteboard. Say, let me say it's a land, it's an ocean body. And that it's an ocean body. This is a land. So you know that in the land you have mountain, plateau, plains and all. So anyway, during the rainfall and all, the water comes in. All right. Finally, water, you know that to the river system, the water goes to the river system, goes to lake, in turn comes to the ocean. So now by that way, the fresh water comes in. Now, the salt water will also come inside the land. How a salt water can come inside the land? During the tide. So we have 2 tides, probably, I think oceanography, if it is covered, they would have told you, or otherwise they will cover it. High tide and low tide. So high tide is something water rises and comes in. Low tide is something water goes inside. So that is something called tide. All right. So if you want to do a swimming, in which tide you will do a swimming? Whether you'll do a swimming in high tide or low tide, which is a safer time to swimming, high tide or low tide. Low tide, it will take you inside. Because low tide is something water goes inside. Am I right? So it is only the high tide it is better, because high tide is something water is coming inside. Even if you go inside, it will push you. So most of the time we try to use this tidal energy. Normally what happens, you see, during the low tide, the fisherman will go inside. Am I right? The ships and all will go inside during the low tide, because low tide water is going inside. So automatically the ships, it will take carry. Okay, during the high tide, it will come out. So we have tidal port and all. So you will see in oceanography. So anyway, the concept is when you have a tide, high tide, that time water comes in. The water rises and comes in. When there is a rainfall or something, the fresh water comes in. When the two water, fresh water, when the salt water, where it mixes, that region we call it as estuary. When the two waters are mixed, probably that water, the mixed water, is called the brackish water. That water we call it as a brackish water. Okay, now what is the significance? Okay, anyway, the two waters are mixing up. So what is the significance? So why estuary has to be very famous or familiar? And that too, if you just go back to our first chapter in the ecology chapter, of course, okay, fine. One student is saying ecotone. Yes, ecotone, it's a convergence of two ecosystems, right? This ecosystem is going to say ecotone. But anyway, ecotone is one concept, it's a transition zone or ecotone, okay, fine. But the thing is, why it has to be a rich biodiversity? Why that zone has to be a rich, ecologically productive zone? Suppose if you go back to the chapter 1, that is in the ecology chapter, probably in that I told about the chart, productivity chart. If you see the productivity chart, you can see terrestrial ecosystem, aquatic ecosystem. In aquatic ecosystem, the first highest productivity is estuary. All right, the first highest productivity is estuary. That is somewhat equivalent to, of course, it is much more than the tropical rainforest in terms of productivity. Okay, now what is actually happening in estuary? Now you see here, this is a land, probably the water. So now the fresh water comes, salt water will come. Now see here, when the fresh water and the salt water comes, when both the water comes and meets, whether it will get mixed up directly? No, because imagine that this fresh water comes from the river system. So obviously it will come in a high force, right? It will come in a high velocity. And also the salt water also, that it comes in a high, tidal water also comes in a high velocity. So the salt water from the ocean by the high tide, it also comes in the high velocity. So now just imagine when the two high velocity water comes and meets, what will happen? You see the contact point will have a eddy current because of force, because it comes in a two opposite force. So that's one. Second is, that the fresh water is something, it's less denser, whereas salt water is more denser. So obviously what happens, you see the salt water is a high dense water, the fresh water is a low dense water. When the two water comes, automatically the salt water will go under the fresh water. So the fresh water will run on the top, the salt water will run at the bottom of the fresh water like a current. So when the two water mixes up, you can see here the fresh water will run on the top, the salt water will run on the bottom like a current. And you know that when the two water runs in opposite direction, definitely the speed of the fresh water, salt water is reduced. First thing, the bottom plane, the bottom sand, first it will give a friction to salt water. So it will reduce the speed of the salt water. Second is the salt water, since it is moving in the opposite direction of the fresh water, it will reduce the speed of the fresh water. All right. Now, in this process, in the ecotone, probably in the estuary, the speed of the water reduces. Once when the speed of the water reduces, what are all the nutrients you have in the fresh water and salt water will get deposited in this land. Because fresh water, when it comes from the land, definitely from the soil and all, erosion, leaching and all will happen. It will take all the nutrient. And today we use a lot of agriculture fertilizers and everything. I'm right. So naturally in the soil, you will find nitrogen, phosphate and everything. So anyway, the fresh water will also have nutrient. Salt water, when it comes here, yes, all the nutrients that is deposited also will come. So both the water are nutrient rich water. Now both the water speed is reduced in the land. In that, because of that, slowly what are all the nutrients it has, it will get deposited in that. That is the reason this region is a high nutrient rich. Sometimes estuary also called as nutrient trap. Estuary is also called as nutrient trap. That is, it traps a nutrient. So now when water comes in, when this water comes in, this is a region you can find completely filled with water. Sometimes land organism can also come, marine organism can also come. So these two organisms can come and interact, so that the biodiversity, the number of species also very high. Of course, it is a ecotone. But in the estuary, we will have some challenges. See, what are the challenges is, there can be many conditions of estuary. For example, sometime, of course, as I told you, fresh water will come, salt water will come. Yes, fresh water will run above the salt water. This can be condition one. Sometime you may have a low tide. When there is a low tide, definitely, water goes in. That time water will not come to the coast. So only fresh water will be running in the coast. So that is condition two. The condition 3, sometime you may not have a rainfall or something, so the fresh water may not come, but it may be a high tide. So only salt water will come. That could be another condition. Then the another condition is sometime you may not have a rainwater, sometime you may not have a, sometime it can be a low tide where you cannot find a salt water. So that time there is no water at all, it is directly exposed to sun. It will be open. Now you see, you can find different condition. So in one condition, the two water is mixed up, you can find a brackish water. Sometimes you can find a pure fresh water, sometimes you can find a salt water, sometimes there is no water at all. But anyway, whenever you fill with water, all the nutrients are getting trapped here. By that way, the estuary act as a nutrient trap. Now, in this condition, yes, we need to have a plant where it has to tolerate all this condition. For example, whether it's only a fresh water, it has to, because normally you take a plant. So if it is a salt, whether it will grow in a salt water, no, it's not possible. So one time it can be fresh water, one time it can be salt water, one time it has to be fresh water and salt water. Sometimes there is no water at all, it is directly exposed sun. So in all this condition, if it has to survive, then again our mangrove will do it. Normally it is an intertidal zone because it's a tide, no, high tide and low tide comes and goes. So normally estuary will fall into the intertidal zone, where mangrove is a very important feature, very important plant, grows in this condition. Now we will get into mangroves. So you can see this, the pictures of estuary. We will get into mangroves. So coming to mangroves, first conditions where mangrove will grow. A mangrove, most of the time you can find it in the intertidal zone. Intertidal zone, that is where the tide comes and goes. That's called the intertidal zone. The second is mangrove, it is only found in the, it needs a temperature, climatic condition. Mangrove needs 26 to 35 degrees Celsius. Mangrove needs 26 to 35 degrees Celsius. So that means you can find only in the tropical region. Mangrove, you cannot find it in the temperate, tropical. And rainfall, it expects, it wants anywhere around 100 to 300 centimeter rainfall. 100 to 300 centimeter rainfall. So normally that rain is provided by the fresh water and the salt water. Fresh water and the salt water. Most of the time, mangroves is found only in the intertidal zone. Okay, so you can see the picture here. You see the mangroves. So now you can see the mangroves is completely exposed to the sun. See, the water is inside. If you see that carefully, the water is inside. So probably because of the low tide, the water would have gone inside. Okay, and also the fresh water is also does not come in. So now it is directly exposed to the sun. Now you see here this condition, it is filled with water. Probably, you see here, the mangrove roots and all is completely filled with water. So filled with water in the sense, probably it can be any water. It can be fresh water or salt water or brackish water, any water it may be. So that's how mangrove has to adapt to all conditions. So first, for our UPSC point of view, we need to understand some basic botanical features of mangrove, and then we have to understand what are all the benefits of mangrove and distribution of mangrove. So that itself is more than sufficient. Okay, every 2 years or 3 years once, they used to ask one question on mangrove. Okay, first coming to the botanical feature. So when you come to the botanical feature, so we have to know some important botanical features. So in this, the first one is, you can see a mangrove, you can see the central trunk. Actually, there will not be a proper central trunk at all. You cannot find a proper central trunk. What you find is, you can find two roots, prop roots, stilt root. I'll write it here. You can find two root, prop root, stilt root. Prop root and stilt root. See, what is a prop root and stilt root is? Now you can see here, this picture, let me say. Suppose from the top mangrove, you can see the root. Actually, it's called prop root. So on the bottom, what you get is called the stilt root. So if you take a mangrove, probably I will say that this is what prop root. Stilt root is like this. It will go like this. Okay, what is the purpose of this root? Normally, this is a root which goes inside the soil and it clings to the soil. That is, it is what gives support to the entire mangrove. Because this region is a muddy region, am I right? Most of the time it is exposed to the water. So obviously you cannot find that grip. It is not you cannot have a normal roots and all. So here this prop roots and stilt root, actually the purpose is to uphold and support the mangrove. Uphold and support the mangrove. It's this roots, prop root and stilt root is to support the mangrove. Uphold and support the mangrove. So you can see here, this is all stilt root. So I'll take this picture. You can find here. See, the prop root comes from here, so probably from here. That is, you cannot find a proper central trunk. It's not so easy to see a proper central trunk. The central trunk, this is what central trunk I mean. You see? And again, you see it is getting. So there's no proper central trunk. It is completely supported by prop root and stilt root. That's the first feature. Okay, the second feature is this roots. All the roots are salt tolerant roots. Second feature is salt tolerant roots. Because it has to get exposed to the salt. All right. So you can see this picture. Now you see it is completely submerged in water. It is completely submerged in water. You see this roots. Assume that it is a salt water or brackish water. The salinity will enter. So now it should have resistance to the salt. So it has to selectively absorb the water and it has to drip off the salt. So for that, the entire plant itself will have a salt gland. Mostly it will be on the leaves and all. Suppose by chance, if you go and watch the leaf, any leaf, if you see the leaf of a mangrove, on the leaf, you can find some salt crystal. The reason is it is excreting the salt because of the salt gland, because it cannot tolerate the salt. Okay, it cannot keep the salt inside the plant. So most of the time it will give out the salt. It will drip out the salt. Okay, that is the second important feature. The third important feature is, which is a very, very unique thing, it is a vivipary. It's a vivipary. So what is a vivipary? Yes, normally the plant itself will have a salt gland. Plant will have a salt gland. It is a vivipary. Vivipary means it will give birth to the younger. Actually, we are all vivipary. Am I right? But normally, if you take some organism and all, so plant and generally what it will do, it will give a seed. Am I right? The seed has to go, okay, it has to germinate. The embryo and all will be, will be outside the body. But if you take a humans and all, we are vivipary. Okay, the embryo will be developed inside the body. Am I right? The entire child itself will develop inside the body, women body, and then the child comes out. The same concept is for mangrove, which is very, very unique in a plant. So how it will happen, you see, suppose I'll draw a small picture, rough picture. Suppose assume that is a mangrove, prop root and stilt root. Now, the younger one will start developing. Assume that this is a younger one. So first it will start from the seed. From the seed, the plant itself will grow. But here, when it grows like this, I'm putting a zoom picture. Actually, it will be like this, like a conical shape. It will grow like this. And once it has fully developed, this entire the younger one developed, it will fall from the tree, and then since it has a sharp, it will go and pierce inside the soil, and then it will grow as a larger one. This is something called vivipary. So vivipary, now the younger one is developed, the entire the embryo, everything is developed inside itself, okay, in the plant itself. Normally if you take a plant and all, just a seed will come, the seed will fall on the soil, then from the soil it will grow. Am I right? That is what normally a plant will be. But here it is like a mammal. The entire embryo, everything the child itself will develop inside, okay, and then it will fall. It will pierce inside the soil, and then from there it will grow. This is something called, which is a very uniqueness which we cannot find it in the plant. That is what the astonishing, the surprising in the mangrove. Okay, it is a vivipary, number one. Okay, then comes to the next important feature. You see this soil. Assume that this is a soil. You see the soil. How the soil? The soil is going to be a muddy soil, probably, because it's completely saturated with water for a long period of time. And you know that the soil will be and anyway, in order to support the plant, it has prop root and stilt root and all. But just imagine when any soil, assume that this is a soil layer. When any soil, if it is saturated with water, assume that this is a soil layer. This is a soil layer. On the top of the soil layer, water is there. Okay, on the top of the soil layer, water is there. Now, when a water is present on the soil for a long period of time, what will happen? Slowly, the water will penetrate into the soil. Am I right? And after some few days of time, this entire soil layer will be completely saturated with water. Am I right or wrong? So completely saturated. When it is completely saturated with water, whether the soil will have any holes or spores. Whether the soil will have any holes or spores. No, all the spores, holes and all will be completely filled with water. So definitely air cannot go inside, oxygen cannot go inside. So that means the soil is undergoing anaerobic condition. The soil is undergoing anaerobic condition. Can you understand? So what I'm trying to tell is the soil layer, since it is completely filled with water by tidal water or by the fresh water for a long period of time, what happens, you see, this after some few days of time, this entire soil will become completely saturated with water, and then air cannot pass through. That means the soil is an anaerobic soil. But the plant is an aerobic plant. Soil is anaerobic, but the plant is aerobic. Mangrove is aerobic. Then how it can take oxygen? How the roots can take oxygen? That is the reason it will have a special root called aerial root. Aerial root. Okay, I'll write it here. You can see here. Probably if you have, see this. Aerial root. It is also called as pneumatophore. Pneumatophore. Pneumato. Pneumato means air. Pneumatic air. Pneumatophore. See, roots are coming out. If you've gone to Pichavaram or any other mangrove site, probably when you go by normally when you go to mangrove site, there will be a boating. Suppose by boating, if you travel, probably you would have seen this. See, the roots are coming like a like a needle. This is what called pneumatophore. Roots will come out like this. What is the reason it has to come out? It has to take the oxygen. That's the reason it comes out. Because the soil is undergoing anaerobic condition. That is what. So now that is the reason it is called as a wetland. Because according to Ramsar Convention, the criteria of a wetland is the soil has to be an anaerobic soil. So if you take any wetland, if you want to qualify a particular land as a wetland, a water body as a wetland, the soil has to be anaerobic condition. So we will see in wetland why it has to be anaerobic condition. What is the benefit of anaerobic condition? We'll see that later. But just keep in mind, the mangroves, most of the time, coastal region, estuaries and all, the soil, since it is completely saturated with water, it is an anaerobic soil, so that oxygen cannot be taken. So now the plant to try to adapt to a condition which is called pneumatophore. It will develop a aerial root. That is, the root is coming out of the land surface so that to take the oxygen. That is another important feature. Okay. So that's a main feature you can see. So you can see this pneumatophore to take the oxygen. Okay, so that is about the major features, major botanical feature. If you take SIA book, they would have given all the features. It's not needed. Only some more 4 to 5 important feature alone, it's enough. Okay, now we will see what are the benefits of mangrove. Mangrove. So normally mangrove, why we need to promote mangrove or why we need to conserve mangrove? So we always give a name for a mangrove. What is the name is? It is called as guardian of coast. Mangroves are called as guardian of coast. Okay, what is it, guardian of coast? It is a protector. So what is a protector? It is what takes all the shocks of the high tide, cyclonic storm, even tsunami, everything it takes it. So point number 1 is it is a guardian of a coast. It's a guardian of a coast. Okay. Guardian of a coast. Absorbs the shock of tides, cyclones and tsunamis. Tides, cyclones and tsunamis. So there are many incidents. Even the recent Gaja cyclone in southern India, yes, it is only the mangroves have saved. 2004, Andaman Nicobar tsunami. Andaman Nicobar mangrove only saved the mangrove saved the entire Andaman Nicobar. Otherwise, the devastation would have been 5 times or 10 times more. So mangrove only first will take the shock. That's the reason we call it as a guardian of the coast. And the second is, it at the same time, it will also ensure that the sea water does not encroach the land. That is very important. See, the mangrove, most of the time you can find it only in the coastal region. So now the sea water should not encroach the land. So the point number 2 is it stabilizes the shoreline. It stabilizes the shoreline. It stabilizes the shoreline. Okay, and prevents encroachment by sea. That is the second benefit of mangrove. The third very important benefit is, since mangrove, you know that it is in the ecotone, convergence of 2 ecosystem, it supports rich biological diversity. It supports rich biological diversity. Okay, what are the diversity? Countless of diversity. It's a countless of diversity. So start from birds to different types of marine organism, to even you can see Bengal tiger. Our entire Bengal tiger Sundarbans, it survives only the mangrove. See, always I told you, tiger always needs a dense forest. So such a density can be provided by the mangrove. And apart from that, many marine mammal, reptiles, everything you can find. You can find both land species as well as the species. And many number of fishes, breeding, fish breeding, everything happens in the mangrove. Because it's a ecotone. It is part of estuary. So that's what it supports, rich biological diversity. And the fourth important thing is, mangrove also supports a lot of local people. That is, it supports livelihood program, or it is a source of local livelihood. It is a source of local people livelihood. Local people livelihood. So how? Yes, many people use it as a timber. So that is the reason today mangrove site has come down. That's one reason mangrove cover has reduced. So they are using it for timber, craft, art and craft. And apart from that, they also use it for food. And also it has got some medicinal properties and all. So furniture making, for everything they use it. So that's how it has got a high utility for livelihood sources. Okay. And at the same time, mangrove will also, ensure that the seawater does not encroach. Seawater does not enter into your ground well. That also it will ensure. So anyway, multiple benefit of mangroves. So because it's a wetland. That's how the mangrove benefits are very huge. Okay, coming to the mangroves in India, we have world 3% of mangroves in India. World 3% mangrove, it is only in India. So it is approximately, the data what I have is 4,639 square kilometer of mangrove cover we have, especially in the coastal, the complete coastal. So in this, if you want to see the order, top 5 order, anyway, I will give an order. Now, right now I will give an order, but anyway, during the current affair, I will revise it. So the order is the highest mangrove cover in India, where it is nothing but Sundarbans. I'm right. Sundarbans, it is 50% of India's mangrove cover is only in Sundarban. Okay, please keep in mind the world highest cover is Sundarban only, but it includes India and Bangladesh. You know that West Bengal nearby Bangladesh we have, so it is a stretch of mangrove site we have. If you include India Sundarban, Bangladesh Sundarban, that is the world highest Sundarban. That is the world highest mangrove cover, single largest mangrove cover. But India alone, it's not the world highest. But within India, 50% of the mangroves maximum it is found in the Sundarbans. Okay, next to West Bengal, which has the highest mangrove cover. Next to West Bengal, Gujarat has the highest mangrove cover. Gujarat has it, and then only comes our Andaman Nicobar, and then Andhra Pradesh and Odisha. So after that, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu and all. Tamil Nadu, Pichavaram, single largest cover. Okay, but state-wise, if you want to see, West Bengal, Gujarat, Andaman Nicobar, Andhra Pradesh, and Odisha. Okay, this is a 5, major mangrove cover, 5 top cities. Okay, according to the recent news, so last 2 years, where and all mangrove cover has increased, where and all mangrove cover has decreased. Right now, the mangrove cover decrease has happened in Sundarban. Sundarbans, because reason is lot of deforestation, pollution and deforestation. Because of the loss of Sundarban, Bengal tiger population also reduced in West Bengal. So Sundarban decline we find in Sundarban and Andaman Nicobar also, because they say that Andaman Nicobar still it is not revived from the tsunami effect, because the 2004 tsunami has done the biggest damage to Andaman Nicobar. Of course, the Andaman Nicobar mangrove has taken the maximum shock of tsunami. So still it is not much revived. So the two states mangrove cover still is in the decline trend. So where and all it is increased, all the states has increased. The highest increase is found in Gujarat. The highest increase is found in Gujarat, of course in Odisha, Andhra Pradesh and everything. Okay, this is a trend of mangroves. Okay, how do we conserve mangrove? Of course, we don't have a separate program for mangrove. We conserve the mangrove under the National Wetland Conservation Program. So we have a mangrove research institute and all. So we have one institute in Calcutta and we have another institute in Odisha and all. So many institutes are there. Through the institutes and through Wetland Conservation Program, we are conserving it. Basically, it comes under the wetland. And some mangroves and all will come under the national park, like Marine National Park, like that. But when come to the international level, so after the 2004 tsunami, the US president has taken an initiative, okay, has taken an initiative to revive the mangrove site, those got affected by the tsunami. So for this, the US president has invited an international organization called IUCN. So IUCN has taken a program which is called Mangrove for Future, MFF program. Mangrove for Future. MFF program. This program actually initially it is to revive the mangrove from the tsunami effect, and this program initially it is for the mangrove affected countries. So India, Thailand, Bangladesh. So totally there are around some 13 countries are there. So for this only it was initially brought Mangrove for Future. IUCN only initiated this under the leadership of US President. And today this Mangrove for Future, it is not only for mangrove, it is for the entire coastal ecosystem. It is for the entire coastal ecosystem. So it includes mangrove, corals, everything. It's not only mangrove as of now. So they do a lot of investment in this region. So that is, they put some money in this region for tourism. At the same time, they conserve this region. It's called, the program is called Mangrove for Future. Okay, I want you to see this program from internet, not from SIA book. What is this Mangrove for Future? Initially, it is only for mangroves, but today it is for the entire coastal ecosystem. The program name is called Mangrove for Future. Okay, so that is about the mangroves. Okay, I will clarify some doubts. Highest cover of mangrove in the world is Sundarbans. Sundarbans, it includes Sundarban of India and Sundarban of Bangladesh. Okay, see, soil, aerobic, anaerobic. Anyway, you hold on it. We will get into, after this, we will get into wetland, concept of wetland. Again, I will explain you the soil, aerobic, and anaerobic. Okay, so that is about the mangrove. Okay, what is the reason for decline in Sundarban? Purely because of deforestation. They are cutting the mangroves. Local people are cutting the mangroves indiscriminately, okay, in unsustainable way for production, for for various utilities. Okay, now we will move on to the next one. From mangroves, we will go to coral reefs. Coral reef. So if there is any current affair data and all, I will give you the current affair updates. See, mangroves, it's not, see, estuary you will find mangrove, but mangroves you can find in delta everywhere. All the coastal ecosystem, you will find mangroves. Okay, coming to the coral reef. So you can see this. This is what coral reef. Before we understand, before we get into this coral reef, what is this coral reef? See, corals are animals. Corals are animal. Coral is a marine animal. Okay. Reef. Reef means it is a land building. Leaf is land building. Okay. When you take a coral, actually we have two types of coral. This animal, we have two types of animal. The one is hard stony coral, hard or stony coral. The second one is soft coral. The second one is soft coral. Hard or stony coral. The second one is soft coral. Okay. Now, actually, this hard coral only will build a reef. The hard coral only will build a reef. Soft coral will not build a reef. Okay. In order to build a reef land, it will use calcareous skeleton, calcium carbonate. So please keep in mind, it is only the coral. It's a hard coral, stony coral. It has only the capacity to build the reef, okay, which is made by calcium carbonate, calcareous skeleton. Okay, how it will be is, for example, okay, you see here, this is the animal. The blue color is the animal. Now you can see here, this one. This is what? Calcareous skeleton. Now you see here, it's a cut section. Now the animal is secreting calcareous skeleton. Now that is building the reef. It will build like a land. Okay, that is what, coral. So hereafter, what I'm going to discuss is only hard coral. I'm not going to discuss anything on soft coral. It's only hard coral. Okay, normally soft coral, it is just an animal, that's all. Soft coral will be only an animal. It will be like this. It's only a soft. But hard coral will build a reef. Okay, so hereafter I'm going to only discuss about hard coral. So hard coral, actually it is coming under animal category. So the zoological name is, anyway, it is better. It is coming under Cnidaria family. Cnidaria of phylum Coelenterata. This is a classification. Cnidaria of phylum Coelenterata. It is a family which is called Cnidaria of phylum Coelenterata. Okay, this is what which can secrete this calcareous skeleton. Soft corals will not secrete calcareous skeleton. It is only the hard corals will secrete. Number one. Number two, today you find a lot of calcareous skeleton, which is built by the coral. But apart from that coral, there is an algae, which is called Halimeda. There is an algae called Halimeda, Halimeda. Halimeda, it will also secrete calcareous skeleton. So today in this world, if you find a calcareous skeleton, okay, don't think it is only built by the corals. Yes, maximum it will be built by the coral. Apart from that, some algae they call red and green algae something, which is called Halimeda. That algae also secretes a lot of calcareous skeleton. By seeing the calcareous skeleton, you can find the difference, whether it is, you can distinguish that. Actually, the zoologist can distinguish whether it is built by the algae, Halimeda, or whether it is built by the coral. Okay, so suppose if the statement says that all the calcareous skeleton is only created by coral, no, not so. Hard coral, no, it's not so. Sometimes some red-green algae also, Halimeda, is also secreting. Okay, now, first we'll try to understand the anatomy of coral, some interior of the coral. So if you take the anatomy, you don't want to know the entire anatomy of coral, but you can just see. So when you take a hard coral, so probably it is its body. You can see this, its body. So it will have, you can see a wing, of course, tentacle. This is what actually we call it as tentacle. So it will have a lot of tentacle. Okay, the tentacle purpose is to catch any organism. Suppose by chance, if any zooplankton goes on, anything goes on, immediately the tentacle will catch it, and it will put it inside the mouth. Okay, so now you can see here, there's a mouth, of course, pharynx and mouth. So then, of course, the body septum, that is not needed. So then it goes inside, digestion and all happens, it takes as a food. Now, if you see this tentacle, just take the tentacle. If you do a cut section of this tentacle, you can see here, inside the cut section of tentacle, there are various parts. You can see here, there are various parts. So in that, you see, carefully watch, there's a green color. Are you able to watch it? There's a green color. Actually, this green color pigment, it is nothing but an algae. This algae name is called zoothale. Zoothale. This algae name is called zoothale. This algae, the phytoplankton, it is a dinoflagellate. Basically, it is a category of dinoflagellate. Its name is called zoothale. It is present inside this tentacle. And they say that it is in the symbiotic association with the coral. So normally we call this as endosymbiotic. You know what is endo? Endo means inside. It is inside, endosymbiotic. Okay. It is endosymbiotic. Endo means inside. So inside the tentacle only, if you do a cut section, you can see that. Inside that, the zoothale is present, algae is present normally. Okay, what this algae is doing, algae will do photosynthetic activity and all. Okay, and it will help the corals in some way. Most of the time, it is thought that it is helping the coral in secreting this calcareous skeleton. Probably. Because this, that algae will most of the time, it will do photosynthesis during the morning time. All right. And also it seems that this entire coral is also secreting this calcareous skeleton during the morning time. So some or other way, it is having a connection between the corals and because it is the endosymbiotic. Symbiotic, of course, the coral is providing the food and not food it will produce. Coral is providing the habitat for it, habitat and nutrition for the zoothale. The zoothale in turn gives the helps in order to secrete calcareous skeleton. Apart from that, the color of the coral is also given by the zoothale. The color of the coral is also given by the zoothale. So if you take a coral color, there can be different color. So in this, very important is, normally if you take a coral color, you can see a light yellow color. You can see a yellow color. If you see this picture, you see coral. Just it's a pictorial graph, pictorial. Now it says a green color, sorry, yellow color. And if you see the tentacle, you see, if you carefully watch it, there will be a green pigment. That is nothing but presence of zoothale. When the zoothale is present in a sufficient amount, it will be in the yellow color. By chance, you see now the zoothale is leaving. If the zoothale leaves a tentacle, slowly it will turn into light yellow color. Initially it will be dark yellow color, it will be a light yellow color. And if the entire zoothale leaves this coral, it will turn into white color, which is called coral bleaching. Almost the coral will become completely ineffective. Okay, whether coral will immediately die? No, coral will not immediately die. But after some point of time, the corals will lose its entire effectiveness and it will also become extinct. So now, why the zoothale has to leave this coral? There could be many reasons. Many reasons in the sense, for example, the zoothale is very sensitive to abiotic condition. When I say in the abiotic condition, especially the pH of water, okay, water temperature, even pollution, sunlight, over sunlight, tidal effect, low tide, extreme low tide, extreme high tide. So many reasons, cyclones, everything is a reason. But normally, you know that in the ocean, everything happens every time. So every time what happens is, zoothale leaves it, again it will come and colonize. It will leave it, again come and colonize. But today, the coral bleaching is happening permanently. The reason is climate change. Because of the climate change, the ocean today, it is undergoing into a effect called ocean acidification. We will discuss in detail in climate change. because of this ocean acidification, now the zoothale is permanently removed from the coral. By that way, the coral is going to become extinct in another 20 to 30 years of time. That's how the zoothale plays. So the zoothale is responsible for giving the color, and also zoothale helps the coral in multiple way. So the zoothale, at the same time, it is very sensitive to the changes in the abiotic condition, like water temperature, water pH, and everything, pollution and everything. And that is how the zoothale is a critical for the coral. If the zoothale leaves it, the coral is undergoing coral bleaching. Okay. Okay, see this. So that's how it will be. You can see the different types of corals and all. So now coral. So what conditions coral will grow? Okay, first conditions. Just make note, conditions. Okay, the first condition is shallow water surrounding landmass. That's the first condition. Shallow water surrounding landmass. Shallow water surrounding landmass. Okay, why shallow water? Because I told you inside the coral there is a zoothale, right? So the zoothale has to be, zoothale, in order to survive, it needs photosynthesis. So definitely the sunlight has to touch till the bottom. Okay, that is the reason it's a shallow water. So when there is surrounding landmass, probably the nutrient will enter, because all needs nutrient also. Okay, point number 2 is water temperature warmer than 18 degrees Celsius. Water temperature warmer than 18 degrees Celsius. So that means it is normally found in tropical waters. Corals and coral reefs is found in the tropical water. But recently we came to know that coral reefs is also found in cold water and also in the deep water. So once upon a time they said that coral reefs are only the tropical water. But of late we came to know that corals are also found in the cold water. Of course, even in the deep waters also corals are found. But diversity wise, it's very, very less. For example, if you come to tropical water, if you find some 80 varieties or 90 varieties of coral, because within that you may have a different genetic diversity, right? So if you have a very huge diversity, it will be only in the tropical water. But in the cold water, deep water and all, diversity will be very less. Quantity may be high, but diversity will be very less. Okay, so bracket, just make note, but it is also found in cold water and deep water. Cold water and deep water. Please keep in mind, when it is in the deep water, definitely that coral will not have zoothale. That coral, that variant will not have zoothale. Okay, that will work in a different method. It will not have zoothale. Only those who survive in the tropical water, shallow water only will have the zoothale. That diversity, that genetic variety, you can only find in the tropical water. Okay, the third is high salinity. High salinity, yes, salt is very important. Then only it can secrete this calcium, because from the salt water only, all the calcium carbonate and all it will take it. Calcium carbonate. So high salinity, and of course it has to be silt free, because the silt should not present, then only what light can penetrate. If more silt is present, silt is a sun particle, if more silt is present, obviously what will happen, you see, it will not, it will block the sunlight. So it has to be silt free. Okay, so normally they said that stony coral, hot coral, the Cnidaria phylum Colentrata, it was only restricted to, initially they said that it is only restricted to tropical water, but of late we came to know that it is also found in the cold water and also in the deep waters. But when it comes to soft coral, which does not secrete calcareous skeleton, that is found throughout the world. That can be found anywhere else. It will be only coral. That animal alone will be there. Okay. So now hereafter, I'm going to discuss only the coral reefs, especially the hard coral of tropical waters. Now come to the benefits. Why corals are very important. Benefits of coral. The first and foremost is, I will say it is a huge deposit of calcium carbonate. It's a huge deposit of calcium carbonate. It's a huge deposit of calcium carbonate. Okay. And the very important why we need to study about coral, especially the tropical corals and all, because actually this coral only supports 25% of marine biodiversity. It supports 25% of marine biodiversity. So if you take major marine mammal, marine reptiles, turtles, fishes, okay, littoral zone, because it's mostly the littoral zone, shallow water littoral zone now. So most of the breeding ground, everything is there. So 25% of the marine organism is supported by the coral. If the coral becomes extinct, I will say that 25% of the marine organism will become extinct. And coral reef, it's very, very important for fish breeding ground. Actually, this is what most of the fish breeding will happen. It is a good fish breeding ground. Fish breeding ground. Fish breeding ground, because coral is where you will find a lot of deposits, where many fish breeding ground will come, many predators will come, so food availability will be more. So fish breeding maximum, that is what happens here. Okay, and then very important, today we are exploiting a lot of corals for medicinal drug. It is a raw material for various medicinal drug. It is a raw material for various medicinal drugs. It's a raw material for various medicinal drugs. And actually, there is a promising research for, and today also they are using for the treatment of HIV and cancer. It is used in the treatment of HIV and cancer. Okay. Apart from that, it also seems that the corals also they are using it for some jewelries and all. It is used in some jewelries, crafts and all. Okay. And also since Zoothale, which is doing photosynthetic activity. So because of the Zoothale algae dinoflagellate, it is a CO2 sink. It absorbs carbon dioxide. Am I right? It is a CO2 sink. Okay, so now the only problem what we have, the coral is, but the problem we are undergoing is the coral bleaching. So it seems that in another 30 years of time, the entire tropical corals will be completely vanished, or completely it will become extinct. By that way, more than 20 to 30% of the organism will become extinct, so that the marine diversity may fall. So that's how the corals and coral bleaching. Okay, when come to the coral, so India, so approximately India has 2% of world coral. India has 2% of world coral. So the major reef where we have, so we have 4 major reefs in India. I hope that in geomorphology you would have seen. So one is Gulf of Mannar. The second is Gulf of Kutch. The third is Andaman Nicobar. The fourth is Lakshadweep. These 4 are the major reefs we have in India. So from the geography part, please try to see what is that fringing reef, atoll reef, platform reef. So that and all you have to see from that. So corals, again, it is also a wetland. So we conserve under the wetland conservation program. So we have some research institute, Coral Research Institute in Port Blair. Okay. So that is about the second corals. Corals, sometimes the Cnidaria of phylum Corynetrata, sometimes short form, they also call it as polyps. Corals, sometimes they also call it as polyps. That is reef building coral, we call it as polyps. So Coral Research Institute, it is in Port Blair, Andaman Nicobar. Okay, that is about the corals. The next one is seagrass meadows, seagrass bed. See, that terms and all, it's not needed. Mesoglea, that terms and all, it's not needed. Leave it off, because that and all very depth. It's waste of time. Seagrass bed or seagrass meadows. Seagrass bed or seagrass meadows. I think we'll take some 5 minutes break. Just 5 minutes break, we'll take it and then we'll start. So in the break time, please don't see the, your laptop or whatever may be, the iPad or something. So the break, the main purpose of giving some 1 hour 15 minutes break is to, to remove your eye from the screen. So please remove your eye from the screen. So 5 minutes time, probably 5 to 6 minutes, then we will again start the seagrass bed. Okay. Okay, shall we start? Okay, the next one is seagrass meadows, or it is also called as seagrass bed. So coming to the botanical feature, actually it does not have much botanical feature, but anyway, the first one you can say it is coming under a submerged, sorry, it is coming under a submerged flowering plant. Basically, it's a flowering plant, submerged flowering plant. Probably the seagrass and all will be completely submerged under the water. And normally it is found only in the shallow marine water. It is found in the shallow marine water, so not in the fresh water, only in the saline water it is found. And since it has to survive in a muddy soil, probably it should have an extensive root system. It has an extensive root system. It has an extensive root system. So that's a main feature. Apart from that, it's not nothing much to talk about it. Okay, coming to the seagrass bed. So directly we can see the benefits of seagrass bed, the ecological services of seagrass bed. So probably you can see it is a grasses, right? Just you can see that grasses. So last 2 years, not last 2 years, actually last 4 years, there was continuously question of seagrass bed in UPSC. And also there is a lot of news regarding the seagrass bed in the Hindu newspaper in various articles. So what is it is, today of late, there is a lot of importance to the seagrass bed, because now they have found that the seagrass bed is giving an oxygen production which is equivalent to tropical rainforest. Just imagine, it is only a grass. It seems like a grass. But if you see in terms of oxygen production, 10% of ocean oxygen production is done by the seagrass, which is equivalent to the tropical rainforest. And recently, 3 months back, it came that seagrass bed, in terms of oxygen production, it has even surpassed the tropical rainforest. Just imagine, just a grass which is equal to a tropical rainforest, or in fact, it surpassed the tropical rainforest. So the first point is 10% of ocean oxygen production. 10% of ocean oxygen production equivalent to rainforest, equivalent to tropical rainforest. That is the main features of this seagrass bed. It's doing a very big ecosystem services or ecological services. Okay, coming to the other feature, first thing, the seagrass bed, what it tries to do is it maintains stable sea bottom. So point number 2 is it maintains stable sea bottom. Okay, what is that stable sea bottom in the sense? So normally any running water comes. So you know that water runs from the land. So probably from the land, it will enter to the coastal region. From there, it will run into the ocean. So that time, the seagrass bed, what it will try to do is this will, slow down the water movement, and it will trap all the nutrients and sediments. So point number 2 is it slows down water movement. It slows down water movement and traps sediments and nutrients. And traps sediments and nutrients. And trap sediments and nutrients. Okay. The third one is, since it has got a extensive root system, most of the time it will take the shock of waves, currents, and storms. So the next point is the extensive root system. The extensive root system will take the shock of waves, currents, and storms. Any cyclonic storms or something, it will take it. And again, seagrass bed, basically it supports rich biological diversity. It supports rich biological diversity because it seems that it is a food and habitat for many species. It is a food and habitat for many species. Especially it is also a fish breeding ground. It's also fish breeding ground. So normally, since it's a grass, it is going to be a food for many species. So when you come to the food for many species, the very important species is, you can see here. So this species name is called dugong. Dugong. D-U-G-O-N-G. It is famous in, Gulf of Mannar. Dugong, you can see here. Similar to this dugong, we have another species in Africa and all, manatee. All are marine mammal. So the specialty of dugong is it is a marine herbivore. It's a marine mammal. It's a herbivore. And the thing is, it only consumes seagrass bed. It does not consume any other food. It only consumes seagrass bed. It does not consume any other food. By the way, dugong is very important. So many marine mammals will be there. And apart from that, turtles. Many marine turtle also survives. And importantly, the one turtle, green turtle. Totally in this world, 7 turtles are there. Marine turtle, totally there are 7 turtles, 7 marine turtle. Out of 7 marine turtle, 5 turtle visits India. So actually, many turtle will be in seagrass bed, but the green turtle is very famous because sometimes they say that the green turtle is green color because of eating the seagrass. But actually, that is not the reason. But sometimes generally they will say like that. Green turtle. Okay, when come to the marine mammal, I told one is dugong. Similar to dugong, there is another species called manatee. M-A-N-A-T-E, manatee. Dugong and manatee. See, manatee, I'm a little bit doubtful that whether manatee is found in India, but it is found in Africa somehow, African coastal regions and all. Anyway, I will check and tell you whether it is found in India. Okay, and apart from that, many marine turtles will be there, especially green turtle, and you can see the fishes. So fish breeding and all will happen. Normally fishes, if they were small fishes and all, in order to escape from the predator, from sharks and all, it will come and hide inside this seagrass. Okay, manatee turtle, dugong, green turtle. Yes, green turtle is found in India. See, totally, I will explain biodiversity. Totally, there are 7 marine turtle. 7 marine turtles we have in this world. In that, 5 turtle visits India. In that, one is, of course, olive ridley turtle, you would have heard about it. Probably green turtle is also coming to India. And apart from that, we will see in biodiversity, leatherback turtle, hawksbill turtle, many turtles are there. Okay, that's another thing. And apart from that, you can see a tribal man is cutting the seagrass. So what he is doing is, actually the seagrass can be used as a fertilizer. It can be used as a fertilizer. It can be used as a fertilizer. And also, we can also make furnitures. Even if you Google, you just type seagrass furnitures. So actually, I think it's not in India and all, but it's very costly. It's very costly. Furniture is also seagrass furniture. So they can process the seagrasses and they can make furnitures like chairs, tables, sofas, that and all we can make it. So that's how, if you see the utility of seagrass, the utility of seagrass is very high. But right now the concern is, again, this some particular variety of seagrass is going to become extinct by 2050. This is what many marine ecologists have predicted. Sorry, 2050. By 2050, many types of seagrass is going to become extinct. The reason is nothing but our climate change, global warming. So the seagrass bed is very sensitive to the temperature. Now, yes, I told you, abiotic conditions. Many organisms are very sensitive to the abiotic condition. So by that way, some particular type of seagrass bed may become extinct. And especially Indian seagrass bed is going to become extinct by 2050. Okay. So when come to the seagrass in India specifically, it seems that when you take an Indian coast, eastern coast has got more seagrass bed than the western coast. Because of nutrient and other factors, eastern coast has got more seagrass bed than the western coast. And the major seagrass bed in India, it is nothing but our Gulf of Mannar. Gulf of Mannar, Pak Bay. Actually, in Gulf of Mannar only, this dugong is very famous. Marine mammal, herbivore. It's a pure herbivore, which only consumes the seagrass bed. This dugong is very famous. And today, this dugong population is declining. So for that, the government of India has started a project dugong to revive the dugong species and also the seagrass bed. Pak Bay, and apart from that, Lakshadweep is the next seagrass bed, Lakshadweep, and then Andaman Nicobar. These are the region where we have seagrass bed, the major seagrass bed. Okay. So in terms of oxygen production and all, of course, ocean ecosystem only will do the maximum. So it has actually surpassed the tropical rainforest. Okay, so that is about the seagrass bed. So now the last one in this aquatic ecosystem, what we need to see is, we will discuss the concept of wetland. We'll discuss the concept of wetland. Okay. So first we need to understand wetland little in detail. So if you take wetland, normally we will try to refer to Ramsar Convention. Am I right? So Ramsar Convention is related to wetland. So most of the time, so Ramsar is the one who gives the criteria for a wetland. So the thing is, when you can call a land as a wetland. So for example, you have mangrove, coral, estuary, creek, bay, lake, all right, dams, seagrass. So anything land saturated with water, we call it as wetland. Okay, so now Ramsar Convention says that Ramsar Convention gives some criteria when to call a wetland. So in this, multiple criteria are there. Let me take the first criteria. So Ramsar Convention says it can be any type of basically it is a land saturated with water. Land saturated with water. That is, a land, it should be filled with water. It can be a lake, dam, anything. Even, agriculture site also. Paddy field also, you can call it as a wetland. So any land saturated with water. So in this, Ramsar Convention says any land saturated with water permanently or temporarily does not matter. That is, the particular land is seasonally saturated with water, seasonally not saturated with water does not matter at all. So the one is it can be permanent or temporary, does not matter. It can be seasonal or something. Okay, whether it should be a natural or artificial, it can be artificial or natural, does not matter. Be natural or artificial, does not matter. Okay, whether water should be static, stagnant, or floating water, that also does not matter. Whether it is a water static or water flowing, does not matter. Whether it's a flowing water, static water, that means lake is accepted, dam it is accepted, even if it is a river system, floodplains, it's also accepted. Water static or flowing does not matter. Okay, what type of water? Of course, does not matter. It can be a fresh water, or it can be a salt water, or it can be a brackish water. Okay. Even it can be a peatland. So what is the peatland? So partially decomposed vegetable matter. Sometimes no vegetable matters and all will be there. It will not be completely decomposed, partially decomposed vegetable matter. Okay. So in this case, you see the criteria, any land saturated with water, whether it is permanent or temporary does not matter, whether it is artificial or natural does not matter, whether it is a water is flowing, whether water is stagnated, it's not matter. It can be a fresh water, salt water, or brackish water, there is marine or lake or anything, brackish water, backwaters, anything it can be, peatland or anything it can be. Okay, but the thing is, the depth should not, the depth not to exceed 6 meters. This is very important. Okay, so it can be any type of a water, but the only condition is the depth of the water should not exceed 6 meters. Okay, now if that is the case, so tell me, water doll can be classified as a wetland. For example, lake, yes. Lake, man-made lake, yes. Natural lake or man-made lake does not matter. Dam, yes. Okay, can we call pond? Yes, pond also you can call it as a wetland. Mangroves, obviously. Corals, seagrass bed. Okay, creek, bay, anything. But ocean, no. Depth should be whatever, marshland. Okay, marshland or anything. You see marshland or woodland, anything. Okay, anything wetland, anything when it's saturated with water, depth is less than 6 meters. Even if it is permanent agriculture land, paddy field, rice paddy field. Yes, it is artificial, it is a temporary, does not matter. It's a water static, does not matter. Depth is less than 6 meters. So everything you can bring, but ocean you cannot say it's a wetland. Right? Most of the time, lakes and dams and the coastal region, where shallow region, littoral zone and all will come under anything less than 6 meters and all will come under the concept of wetland. Artificial island means probably it should be, if you ask me artificial island, probably how you can call island. Island is a land, no? It should be saturated with water. In the assume that it is an artificial island. So probably island may be, there may be a littoral zone. All right, ecotone mixing with water. That region you can call it as a wetland. So the criteria for a wetland is very, very, very broad. But the entire ocean you cannot call it as a wetland. Okay, that's the first criteria. The second criteria is very, very important. So please make note the second criteria. It should have hydric soil. That means hydric means water. Hydric soil. It should have hydric soil that are sorry, just it should have hydric soil that are saturated or flooded, saturated or flooded, saturated or flooded for a long period, for a long period, saturated or flooded, saturated or flooded for a long period to become anaerobic, to become anaerobic in upper layer, anaerobic in upper layer, anaerobic in upper layer that supports hydrophytic vegetation. Hydrophytic vegetation. So it says clearly it should have a hydric soil that are saturated or flooded, for a long period to become anaerobic in the upper layer. That is, that entire soil, if it is saturated with water for a long period of time, probably the water will enter into the soil will be completely flooded, so that all the pores and everything will be closed where air cannot enter. So obviously the upper layer of the soil will undergo into anaerobic condition. That is important. Even though it is anaerobic condition, in that plant should survive. That should support hydrophytic vegetation. That is nothing but like mangroves and all. Even take a rice paddy field. What is happening in the rice paddy field? So rice paddy field, normally you keep the water stagnated, right? For rice and all. So obviously the rice paddy field also will undergo into anaerobic condition. But rice paddy field is aerobic. It will have some other mechanism to take oxygen. Okay, so they should survive in anaerobic soil, but they should have some mechanism to take oxygen. That is what it supports hydrophytic vegetation. Clear? This is a condition of mangrove. This is what Ramsar says. That is a condition most of the country follows it. Okay, now what is the benefit? Okay, what is the benefit? So if you take a lake, dams, everything is everything is this one. So what is the benefit of it? So first and foremost thing, you just see a soil. Let me take a soil layer. This soil layer, if it has been on the top, assume that it's a water. When the water is saturated for a long period of time, the water will penetrate into the soil so that it will close all the gaps and everything, spores and everything, so that the entire soil will not have any oxygen. That is the reason it undergoes anaerobic condition. Now, what is the benefit because of this? First thing, just imagine when the soil is it's completely saturated with water, how the soil will be? Definitely, the soil will be comparatively compact. Am I right? Just imagine you take a soil layer, you pour a water, probably what will happen? The soil will completely get compressed. Am I right? It will compact. Suppose assume that if any water runs, anything runs. Now, how about the soil erosion? Soil erosion is going to be very, very less. So that's what the first benefit is. Soil erosion is going to be less. It is going to be less. Okay. Because even a running water runs, most of the time the erosions are, suppose if it is a plain soil, assume that it is a soil which is not saturated with water. When the water runs, definitely all erosion will happen. All the soil, all the nutrients will be eroded. Okay, that is one. Now, second, imagine, suppose assume that I am discharging a toxin, sewage. I'm discharging sewage or toxin. now in the soil. Now just imagine when it is discharged, what will happen? Whether it will go inside or it will get trapped here, because the soil is very compact. Am I right? The soil is very compact. The water can go, but all the sewage, toxins and all, solid matter, everything will get trapped here. That is what the next one is. It will retain, it will trap sediments and pollutants. It will trap sediments and pollutants. It will trap sediments and pollutants and retain nutrients. All the nutrient, potassium, phosphate, everything will get retained. Retain nutrient. Retain nutrient. So obviously nutrient recycling will happen. Am I right? Retain nutrient. Okay. Now, see, all the solid particle will get trapped. All the pollutant will get trapped. But anyway, water alone will slowly drip down. Am I right? And water to penetrate out. Leaching will happen. So now, because of this, since you have a lot of water, slowly the water will penetrate. All the pollutant will get trapped on the top, and this water alone will go down and it will recharge the ground well. So that is what they found is, wherever you find a wetland, nearby if you find a ground well, 20% more recharge will be found in that ground well. So if you have a ground well near the wetland, it is very good. Your groundwater will be good. So the third point is, it is a better groundwater recharge will happen. Better groundwater recharge will happen. Better groundwater recharge will happen. Okay, and moreover, since it traps all the sediments and the sewages, now the hydrophytic vegetation, the plants, whatever we have, sometimes the plant will absorb it so that it acts like a water purification. Okay, the third point is wetland act like a water purification. Wetland act like a water purification. Okay, and then if you take a wetland, let me take a lake as a wetland. Suppose you have a lake here, assume that you have a village here. First thing, if you have any lake wetland, first and foremost, it is a water storage. Am I right? It is a water storage. Of course, groundwater recharge also is going to happen. And definitely, it is going to be helpful during the drought. It is a drought buffering. All right? During the drought period and all, it is going to help us, drought buffering. Apart from groundwater recharge, it is going to be drought buffering. Suppose, assume that by chance a flood comes. A flood comes and passes through the wetland and comes to the village. Now what will happen? Definitely when a flood comes and enters into the wetland, the speed of the flood will come down. Am I right? Suppose assume that there is a village, directly flood comes. Now between a village and the flood, there is a water body. That's a wetland. Now what happens, you see, when the flood comes, most of the time, the speed of the flood will be controlled by the water body. So it is nothing but it is a flood mitigation. It is a flood mitigation. Flood mitigation. And if you take mangroves and all, mangrove, seagrass bed and all, this and all storm protection. Storm protection, even mangrove, seagrass, corals, everything. All right. And apart from that, it is also, if it is a wetland, of course, corals, mangroves and all, already I told you, it is a shoreline stabilization. Shoreline stabilization. So if it is a water body, anything near the coastal region, So mangroves, you take corals, everything is, stabilizes the shoreline. And apart from that, this wetland, probably it will be a convergence of land and water. Definitely it supports rich biological diversity. There's no doubt at all. So when there is a water body, probably land species, if you take elephant will come to the wetland, it will drink water, the same way. Even within the forest, we may have a wetland. So probably the elephant will come drink water, many organisms will come and drink water, will try to interact, fishes will be there, turtles will be there. So you can find different diversity will be there. Birds will come. So rich biological diversity will be there. And at the same time, since it's a wetland, probably it will also influence local climate. It will also influence local climate. So moderating the temperature, everything. Okay, apart from this, you see what are the benefits of mangroves, coral, seagrass bed, okay, lakes, everything you can write it under wetland. Everything you can write it under the wetland. So you see the benefits of wetland. There's a huge benefits of wetland. That's the reason each and every country, it is trying to promote wetland. Everyone has become a member of Ramsar Convention and everyone is trying to promote the wetland because the benefits and the ecosystem services by the wetlands are very huge. But we have one biggest disadvantage in wetland. Can you guess what is the biggest disadvantage? We have one biggest disadvantage in wetland. One disadvantage, disadvantage. Yes, good. That is, it is an anaerobic condition. When it is an anaerobic condition, what will happen? It will start emitting methane, hydrogen sulfide, and other gases. Methane is a greenhouse gas. Climate change. Actually, today, wetland is also substantially contributing to climate change. Substantially contributing to climate change. So it is also substantially contributing to climate change. So it was not only methane. So since anaerobic respiration will, because the soil is anaerobic soil, am I right? So definitely you cannot find anaerobic respirator. So decomposition rate also will be very slow because comparing with the aerobic decomposition is very faster, but anaerobic decomposition is very slow. And also what happens, you see a lot of methane, hydrogen sulfide and other gases will get eliminated. So that is how. So anyway, despite of this, we have to promote wetland because you see the benefit versus disadvantage. Benefit versus disadvantage, the benefit surpasses the disadvantage. Am I right? See, the number of benefits are so high. One disadvantage is methane, greenhouse gas. Okay. So for this one disadvantage, we cannot, remove wetland because it supports its biodiversity, so much of benefits it has, which is doing. So that's the reason when you see the benefit surpasses the, the disadvantage. So that's the reason we need to promote. So if you want to control methane, so we have to control the climate change methane through some other. So today livestock is more responsible for emitting methane, cattle and all. And apart from that, it is not only livestock. And apart from that, burning, engine combustion. Okay, so that's how. So that's the reason we should always keep that into mind. Since the benefits are very, very high, so we should always promote this. So because the sources of methane, we can control through livestock, we can control through burning. This naturally emitting methane is not an issue. Okay, so that's the reason methane, wetland has to be conserved. Okay, so that's how Ramsar Convention tries to promote wetland. Okay, so coming to the Ramsar, let us see about Ramsar Convention. Let us discuss some information on Ramsar Convention. First thing, Ramsar Convention, basically it is a non-legal binding convention. It's a non-legal binding convention. But even though it's a non-legal binding convention, Ramsar Convention requests each and every member country to oblige to the, the various articles of Ramsar Convention. but basically it is a non-legal binding. It's not a legal binding. So there is no need that whatever Ramsar Convention, we have to do it. But Ramsar says that if everyone cooperates and do it, then it will be good for everyone. So that's a reason it obliges, it asks the party, member party to, oblige to the convention. That is one. Second, Ramsar Convention, when you take, there are 3 pillars of Ramsar Convention. So Ramsar Convention says that member country to acknowledge the 3 pillar. So what are the 3 pillar is? The first one, wise use of wetland. So under this, Ramsar Convention says that each and every country, please identify wetland in your country, and then please use the wetland in a wise way. Do not detroit the wetland. Do not pollute the wetland. So wise use of the wetland so that ecological benefits can be very high. So that is the first thing Ramsar Convention says. The second is, Ramsar says about wetland of international importance. Okay, what is the wetland of international importance is? So Ramsar says that after identifying the wetland, you can approach the Ramsar Convention and get a status called Ramsar site. So any wetland in any country, if you are able to fulfill the requirement of Ramsar Convention, you can identify and you can apply to the Ramsar Convention to get a status called Ramsar site. That is called, that means that particular Ramsar site is a wetland of international importance. The third is, it talks about international cooperation. International cooperation. Okay, what is that international cooperation now? That is, some wetland may fall between 2 countries or 3 or 4 countries. So even it takes Sundarban. Sundarban mangrove is a wetland, but part of the Sundarban is in India, part of the Sundarban is in Bangladesh. So now, if India alone conserves the Sundarban, if Bangladesh didn't do anything, then there is no use at all. Am I right? Anyway, the pollution is going to come this side. So that's the reason the 2 countries have to both join together and conserve it. So in some wetlands and all, probably it may be, it may be shared by 3 states or 4 states or 4 countries or 5 countries. So now all the 5 countries has to join together, 2 countries or 5 countries has to join together and then conserve the wetland. That is something called international cooperation. Sorry, it's called international cooperation. Okay, coming to the Ramsar site. So under the second pillar, what Ramsar site says is, first identify the wetland in your country. So after identifying the wetland, what you have to do is, you can approach the Ramsar Convention and get a status called Ramsar site. So for this, Ramsar gives some criteria. So there are some primary criteria, secondary criteria like this there. So they will come and inspect. So if you take India, so India today as a wetland, we have totally more than 150 plus wetland. Totally more than 150 plus wetlands we have. So, but out of this 150 wetlands, actually, I think it is only we have, some around 47, 40, totally it is around 42, I think, as of now. Am I right? So totally, I think 42 Ramsar sites we have, around 42 Ramsar sites we have. So now, even though we have more than 150, 160, 170 wetlands, 42 has been acknowledged as a Ramsar site. So for this, we have to apply to the Ramsar. They will come and inspect. So they look for multiple criteria. They will look for all this criteria, whether it is a anaerobic condition, hydrophytic vegetation, 6 meters, that and all they will look for. And then very importantly, they will look for how well the particular Ramsar site is doing ecological services or ecosystem services. How well it supports ecosystem services, that they will look for. And also whether the particular lake or any wetland supports local livelihood. Supports local livelihood. That is also they will look for. So these 2 criteria definitely they will look for. how well the particular, they will look for the food chain and everything, how much biodiversity you have, how much endemic species you have, how much invasive species you have, everything they will look for. Apart from that, very importantly, they will look for how well the particular Ramsar site or how well the particular wetland is doing ecosystem services and how well it supports the local livelihood program. So when it is done, then immediately when everything is okay, then they will give a status called Ramsar site. Okay, now what is the benefit? Suppose India today we have around 40, 45, 40, 42, 40 plus Ramsar site. So what is the benefit of getting a Ramsar site? Two benefit. One is it is an international recognition. Okay, globally that particular wetland is recognized. Second is we will get some funding and technical support, technical and science support from the convention. That is from the rich country. So that is the reason we are going for a Ramsar site. Okay, now we have a Ramsar site. Suppose by chance, if this Ramsar site is degraded or degrading or likely to degrade, all the three tense, past tense, present tense, future tense. If it has been degraded or degrading or likely to degrade because of any human intervention, pollution or technological changes, scientific changes, then immediately Ramsar Convention will put that wetland under a record called Montreux's record. Montreux's record. If any wetland is under the Montreux's record, it says that the particular wetland Ramsar site is degraded or degrading or likely to degrade because of any human intervention or because of any technological changes. That's called Montreux's record. Okay, once it is in the Montreux's record, what the country has to do is what we suppose in India, out of many wetland, out of 40 plus wetland, two Ramsar site is under the Montreux's record. Two Ramsar site is in the Montreux's record. So that means that wetland right now temporarily it is not in the Ramsar status. Okay, it is in the Ramsar status, but it's in the MR, Montreux's record. So now Ramsar Convention will give a time for us. We have to revive that wetland. Suppose if you are okay with it, Ramsar will also send an advisory mission. That is called Ramsar Advisory Mission. If you are okay with it, if the country is okay with it, if you say okay, then they will send an expert how to revive that particular wetland. That's called advisory mission. If you say no, then they will not send it. So that they will help us into revive that particular wetland. So two wetland right now, it is in the Ramsar. So two Ramsar site is in the Montreux's record. You will see that what is the two site. Okay, that is about the Ramsar Convention, Ramsar site and this thing. Okay, coming to the Indian wetland. So India, so how much percentage of wetland we have? So totally, we have approximately 18% of the land, it comes under the wetland. Yes, I will tell you what are the two sites. Please wait. Totally, 18% of the land in India comes under the wetland. See, each and every country is trying to increase the wetland. If you take China and all has crossed more than 20%, 20-25%. Even US also has crossed more than 30+%. If you take UK, it's a small country, but it has got the more number of Ramsar site. So every country, by and large, they are trying to, increase their site. So in India, almost 18% of the 18% of the land comes under the wetland. In that, I will say, if you assume it as 100% abdina, in that 70% comes under the paddy field. %70 comes under the paddy field. 70. Okay. So when you take a wetland in India, actually we can divide wetland into two types: inland, coastal. Inland wetland, coastal wetland. So those within the country, this is the coastal wetland. So can you tell me which will be more? Whether inland will be more or coastal will be more? Inland means lakes and all. Inland will be more or coastal will be more? Which will be more in terms of percentage? Coastal. So I told you 18% less, 70% is paddy field. Paddy field it is inland. Inland wetland is more than the coastal wetland. Inland wetland is more than the coastal wetland. Okay. So today we have identified the government under the National Wetland Conservation Program. We have identified more than 150 plus wetland. As of now, 42 wetland we have got as a Ramsar site. Wetland we got as a Ramsar site. Okay, factual. I'm not going to discuss all the 42 sites. You have to see from the internet or from the essay book, but some few site which was in the news for the last 4 to 5 years, which I'll discuss. Anyway, in that the first Ramsar site is Two Lake was given the status of Ramsar site in by very long back in 1980 something. That is, one is Chilika Lake and the other one is Keledeo National Park. This two, Chilika Lake, Keledeo National Park. Both together was given the first status, first Ramsar site. Chilika Lake and Keledeo National Park. So Chilika Lake, it is in Odisha. It is in Odisha. And Keledeo National Park, it is in Rajasthan. Keledeo National Park in Rajasthan. Okay, some information about Chilika and Keledeo. So Chilika Lake. In fact, till today, one of the best wetland in this country is Chilika Lake. I will say that Chilika Lake is one of the best wetland because of the reason effort by Odisha government. So they have created a Chilika Wetland Authority. So they're doing an excellent job in conservation of this Chilika Lake. Till now, Chilika Lake is one of the best wetland. Of course, I can say it is a model wetland or benchmark wetland for the country. Okay, naturally in Chilika, if you take a Chilika Lake, the entry of a Chilika Lake, the mouth is called Magarmukh Mouth. The mouth is called Magarmukh Mouth. Actually, it seems that this Magarmukh Mouth has a high yield of fishes. Naturally, it has a high yield of fishes. One. At the same time, it also has very less seaweed. Seaweed is not good, actually. So high yield of fishes, so that means it supports a lot of, local fishermen and everything, a lot of economic activity. And also naturally, seaweed pathogens and all will be less. And it's a good fishing and good lake, well conserved lake. So it is a model lake of India. Till now, one of the best lake. Okay, along with this Chilika only, we got another lake in Rajasthan, Keledeo National Park. Now, this Keledeo National Park is not conserved well, and today it is in the Montrex record. The reason is this entire lake is being completely polluted by agriculture pesticide. It's completely polluted by agriculture pesticide. And this Keledeo National Park is very famous for Siberian crane. During the winter time, the Siberian crane from Russia, Siberia comes to Keledeo National Park. The entire winter, it spends here. The entire winter it spends here. And then during the summer, again, it goes back to Siberia. But today, the Siberian crane does not turn up to Keledeo National Park because this lake is completely polluted with agriculture pesticide. And today, out of the two Montrex record, this Keledeo National Park is in the Montrex record. That is one. Then we have another mangrove site, Bhitarkanika. Bhitarkanika mangroves. Bhitarkanika mangrove, it is also in Odisha. Actually, this is one of the best mangrove site. It is one of the best mangrove site, wetland. It is one of the best mangrove site, wetland. Actually, Bhitarkanika, it's not only famous for mangrove. Actually, Bhitarkanika, it has got the high density of saltwater crocodile. In India, especially in the eastern India, the highest density of saltwater crocodile is found in the Bhitarkanika. Okay, and apart from that, this Bhitarkanika is connected to a beach. That beach is called Gahirmata Beach. Gahirmata, G. Gahirmata Beach. Okay, this Gahirmata Beach, it is very famous for nesting of olive ridley turtle. Nesting of olive ridley turtles. That's the reason this Gahirmata Beach is very famous. So of course, it's part of Bhitarkanika. Okay, this is also best site. Then we have to discuss about a third one, Loktak Lake. Sorry. Loktak Lake. Yes, Loktak Lake, it is in Manipur. It is in Manipur. It is not in Odisha, it is in Manipur. Okay, so this was one of the famous lake. Actually, this lake, a part of a lake is called Kaibul Lamjo. See, the first one, Chilika Lake, it is in Odisha. The second one, Kalidio National Park, it is in Rajasthan. The third one, Bhitarkanika Mangroves, Gahirmata Beach, everything is in Odisha. Okay. The next one, Loktak Lake, it is in Manipur. A part of a Loktak Lake is called Kaibul Lamjo. That's a local name, Manipur local name. Actually, this Kaibul Lamjo, this is the only world floating park. So it is a world floating park. So when I say world floating park, actually park is floating on the water. On the lake, the park is floated. The entire park, you can see a green park will be floating on the water. This is the only world floating park, or it is the only floating park in the world. Kaibul Lamjo. And also in this floating park, there is only one herbivore, one deer, that is called Shanghai deer. There is one deer called Shanghai deer. Also, it is also called as brow antlered deer. Brow antlered deer. It's a Shanghai deer. Also, it's called brow antlered deer. Okay, I will show that Shanghai deer. the Kabul Lamjo, Bro Antelope deer. Actually, it is a state animal of Manipur. It's a state animal of Manipur. So even though it is one of the very famous lake and famous Kabul Lamjo, because of pollution, today it is in the Montreux record. Today it is in the Montreux record. Okay, because of pollution and degradation, it is in the Montreux record. Okay, that is very important. And apart from that, is there any other very important one? Yes, the one in Kerala, Ashtamudi Lake. Okay, Ashtamudi Lake. So it was also in the news. The reason is this Ashtamudi Lake, actually, it has got one award for short neck clam fishery. Actually, from this lake, lot of clams is being exported. So this award is given by one US organization called Marine Stewardship Council. So it's a US based organization. Marine Stewardship Council has given award to the Ashtamudi Lake for cultivating this short neck clam fishery. So maximum exports of clam is happening from Kerala, Ashtamudi Lake. Okay. So that is about the Ashtamudi Lake. Then MSC Marine Stewardship Council. Marine Stewardship Council. It's a US-based organization. They were given an award. Okay, apart from that, there is a Lake Boj wetland. So it is in Madhya Pradesh. It is a dam. Actually, it is a dam constructed by Maharaja Boj. So many years back, it's a dam, even though it is a dam man-made. So it is very famous for phytoplankton and zooplanktons. Okay. It is very famous for phytoplankton and zooplankton. Just a minute. So there's one uniqueness.
When you pay your credit card bills on Cred, you earn Cred coins. Use them to claim cashback and rewards. Now that's as delightful as Kumar Sanu selling insurance.
प्यार हो या कार हो इंश्योरेंस है जरूरी फिर चाहे कर ले गोरी तेरा दिल और गाड़ी चोरी
In the Indian state of Manipur, you will find Kaipu Lamjau National Park, a home for humans and animals alike. In the Indian state of Manipur, you will find Kaipu Lamjau National Park, the world's only floating wildlife sanctuary. Kaibo Lamjau comprises over 15 square miles of rich biodiverse wetlands and includes Loktak
Not sure
Lake,
that whether it's
the
not
largest
zoo.
freshwater lake in northern India. The park is known for patches and rings of biomass that float on the surface of the wetlands.
So it is what floating
The
wetland.
floating vegetation, called fumdi, thrives in the park, creating a home for humans and animals alike. The endangered sangai, a subspecies of brow antlered deer, are only found in the park. They have been called the binding soul between humans and nature. The sangai was believed to be nearing extinction in the 1950s, but thanks to aggressive conservation efforts, their numbers have steadily increased to more than 200. Still relatively unknown outside the region, Kaibu Lamjau National Park is truly one of India's hidden gems.
Okay, that is about the Kaibul Lamjau. Okay, so that's about the aquatic ecosystem and wetlands. So rest other wetland, I think you have to see. You have to see from the internet or probably. So before your exam, try to see all the 42 wetlands. So where it is located and the importance. So any doubts? See, certain details, it's very difficult. So the committee, what is Montrex record? So today, two sites are in the Montrex record, as I told you. The one is the there is the Loktak Lake and Kalji National Park. So I'm not very sure whether India is asking the help from the Ramsar. That is advisory mission, generally they will sell. So I'm not sure whether they are getting the help because that is all very, inner details. Probably it is official detail, probably that may not come out. So even if it comes to the newspaper only. So that is one thing. But normally anything Ramsar site, you get it, you will get some funding and all that we try to use it. But the money, what they give is very, very less. Of course, it's not so sufficient. That is one. It is only international status. So that's how we have to look like. So nothing more than that. And that committee name is called the Ramsar Advisory Mission. It's called the Ramsar Advisory Mission. Okay. So any other doubts, please ask me. Shoreline stabilization means it ensures that the seawater does not enter into the land. The coastal water does not encroach the land, or the water does not encroach the coast. Okay. So that is about it. So that's about the aquatic ecosystem. Now we have to move on to the third topic, biodiversity. So what we'll do is we'll take a break. So now the time is almost 4:30. So till 5, we take a break, and 5 o'clock, sharp 5 o'clock, we will get into the new topic, biodiversity. Okay, we will see at 5 o'clock. So okay, please check whether the audio and video is clear.
Clear, sir.
Okay, sorry. So now we'll move on to the next chapter. So here I don't have any noise here. So we'll ask them to mute the coordinator. Okay, so now we will move to the next topic, biodiversity. So biodiversity stands for biological diversity. That is nothing but the flora and fauna. So in this chapter, we are going to give more focus on the Indian biodiversity and Indian biodiversity conservation. So how India conserves its flora and fauna. So through various methods like, like national park, wildlife sanctuary, we are going to say it. So we have a lot of factual information. Anyway, factual part we will not deal in the class. And apart from that, some factual part we have to deal. For example, at least some 60 to 70 animal species we have to keep in mind before the exam. So there is no other option. Okay, so we will see it. So first we will see some basics of biodiversity, some fundamental concept, and then directly we can get into the Indian biodiversity conservation. Okay, if you take this biodiversity, so in the terrestrial ecosystem, I hope that you remember the richest biodiversity in this world, where it lies in the TOC and TOCP. The tropical rainforest itself, I told you, of course, the tropical rainforest is going to have the very richest, but anyway, the entire tropic zone is going to have, in fact, up to 30 degree, of course, 23.5 degree, of course, up to even 30 degree of north and south, you can find the richest biodiversity, of course, rich biodiversity. So now in this tropical belt, so there are some few countries. So there are 18 countries, which is called 18 mega diverse country. Now this is a country which has the maximum biodiversity. Normally we call it as mega diverse country. Now this mega diverse country status is given by one international organization called Conservation International. Conservation International. An international organization, Conservation International. So basically it is an NGO. It's an international NGO. They do a lot of work on biodiversity and conservation. Now in the biodiversity, we may come across many organizations like IUCN, Conservation, CMS, many conventions and all we can come across. So everything we cannot discuss in the class. So that is how I will give a small brief, and you have to see it from the website or from a book. So try to see about Conservation International. So whenever you take any organization, whether it is in the, it's an environment, or even if it is a case of any other international organization, first try to see what is the type of organization it is. So whether it's an NGO type or intergovernmental, whether it comes under any UN organization. So first try to see the type of organization. Second is you try to see their activities. So what type of activity, where is their focus? So some organizations focus on, biodiversity conservation, some focus on pollution, some focus on climate change, some will focus on livelihood conservation, livelihood program. So what are the types of program they do? What are the types of activity? In which area they work? That you have to see. That is something called activities. Okay, the third one, try to see some fact information, when it was created, where is the headquarters, that and all, try to see it. By chance, if they have any conference or party or anything, so what is the recent conference or party? What is the recent theme? So try to see that. So for any organization, try to see this. If you take Conservation International, the Conservation International, it is a NGO type of organization, one of the largest organization, international NGO. So their activity, they work on conservation of biodiversity, and they are the one who designates this mega diverse country. So try to see what criteria is prescribed for mega diverse country. So you have to say it. I'm not going to tell that. So what are the list of criteria they give for the mega diverse country? Please try to see that. And then if you take this mega diverse country, most of the mega diverse country falls in the tropical region. Normally falls in the tropical region. And India is one of the mega diverse country. India is one of the mega diverse country. Okay. So why India is one of the mega diverse country is because in this world, total 7% of plant and 7.4% of animal, it is only in India. Just imagine. So in this entire world, 7% of flora and fauna, approximately 7% of flora and fauna is found only in India. That means we are one of the richest mega diverse country. And that too, in that 33% is endemic. That is found only in India. It is not found anywhere else in the world. So obviously, now it is our great responsibility, moral responsibility, or historical responsibility to conserve this, to conserve this biodiversity. Okay, now in this world, we have many different types of biodiversity. Means it starts from microorganism, start from bacteria, the different types of viruses and parasites, or even fungi. I'm right, to Protista, Munira. Probably you have seen in the biodiversity in the science chapter. To amphibian, reptile, mammals. I'm right. So different types of plant category. That is flowering plant, angiosperm. So woody trees, gymnosperms. I'm right. So including algae, fungi, everything, including start from that to till the various animal kingdom. Start from the various worms to amphibian, reptile, mammal, birds, fishes. So now, can you guess in this various diversity, which is highest diversity, which is lowest diversity? Which will be having the highest diversity? Okay, if you want to know this, you just see this picture. So it is taken only from our NCERT. It's taken from the +2 NCERT book. So if you take an animal, you can divide the animal into two types: vertebrate, invertebrate. So invertebrate are the one which does not have a backbone. Probably vertebrate. We are all coming under the vertebrate, which has a backbone. So if we take invertebrate, so in this, approximately 75%, the pie chart says that 75% is insect. Then rest 27 only the crustacean, molluscus, and other animal groups and all. So when you take vertebrate, you see the first is fishes. Fishes diversity is very high. Fishes biodiversity is very high. Next to fishes, the second is their birds. The third is reptile. The fourth is mammal. The fifth is amphibian. This is the order. Always keep in mind. This is the order we should always keep in mind. So the highest diversity, fish only, you see 50% almost it is fishes. Then comes your birds, then comes the reptiles, then comes the mammals and amphibians. So this is the order. Suppose by chance, if you merge vertebrate and invertebrate, this is a total animal. If you merge this vertebrate and invertebrate, if you take the total animal, then again, I will say that 75%, sorry. If you take the total pie chart, again, I will say 75% will be insects only. Just imagine. Then rest other only fishes, amphibians, reptiles, crustaceans, everything will come. So in this globe, the highest diversity is insect. So always keep that in mind. So that is what even we discuss in the tropical rainforest. Okay. When you take plants, so if you assume, of course, fungi and all into that category. So you see this angiosperm, flowering plant is high, 45%. Fungi is also 45%. I told you, So between the decomposition by bacteria and fungi will do the maximum decomposition. So fungi diversity is very high. And then rest only algae, sorry. Then only rest only comes your algae, lichens, okay, mosses, and other category and all. This is our diversity. So now the same logic applies here. If you take India, so if you take plants, in India, I will say that approximately 7% of world plant is in India. If you want to see the count, number of count, 46,000 different varieties of species we have. 46,000 different varieties of species we have in India. So in that, again, 33% is endemic, and almost, some around 15,000 will be flowering plant. 50,000 and 15,000 will be flowering plant. If you take animal, so world 7.43% of animal, it is in India. Little higher. So in terms of absolute numbers, probably 91,000 different species of animals you can find. 91,000 different species of animal we can find. So in that, 60,000 will be insects. Just imagine 60,000 in India out of 91,000 different species. 60,000, no more than 1/3 is insect. Then only 2,500 fishes will be there. Then comes the approximately 440 reptiles will be there. Sorry, 1,230 birds will be there. 440 reptiles will be there. 230 mammals will be there. So that's how the diversity. So this is a logic. Keep in mind. So which diversity is more, which diversity is less. Okay. So now it is our responsibility to conserve this 7% of the world plant and animal, in which 33% are endemic. Adala or 33% vandu, it is 33% is endemic. Okay. When come to the biodiversity, first we need to understand the fundamental concept of biodiversity. First thing, how biodiversity is classified, or what are the types of biodiversity. So when you want to differentiate the type of biodiversity, broadly we can divide into 3 types: genetic diversity, species diversity, ecosystem diversity. Biodiversity you can divide into 3 types: genetic diversity, species diversity, ecosystem diversity. So let's start from here. Okay, what is ecosystem diversity? What is ecosystem diversity? That is what we discussed in the last 2 classes, right? So start from, if you take terrestrial, we have rainforest, tundra, taiga, am I right? Tropical rainforest, tropical deciduous forest, then temperate deciduous forest, temperate grassland, savanna, all are ecosystem diversity in terrestrial. When come to aquatic, of course, corals, mangroves, estuaries, seagrass bed, all right, these and all comes under the wetland, lakes, everything comes under the aquatic ecosystem diversity. So this is what ecosystem diversity. These are all called as ecosystem diversity. That is one. Then what is species diversity? The second is species diversity. Now you see the different types of species. For example, if you take within bird, we have many different types of birds. Within within mammal, we have elephant, we have deer, we have bear. Am I right? So within reptile, we have snakes, lizards. Am I right? So that's how, this is something we call it as species diversity. If you take mammal, you see within the mammal, how many mammal? Bear, elephant, zebras, human, tiger, everything is a mammal category. This is something called species diversity. Okay, what is the genetic diversity? What is the genetic diversity? You take one single animal, within that you may find some genetic diversity. You see here? So for example, you take a cat, you see the different types of cat, genetic variety of cat. Now you see the beak, everything is a genetic variation, am I right? Genetic variation. You take rice, so we have 50,000 varieties of rice. Of course, approximately 50,000 genetic varieties of rice. You take, banana. So we have different types of banana, right? Dendram, you have this, chavalai, different types of banana. I'm right, karpuram, like that. So this is what we call it as a genetic diversity. Okay. So now in any, of course, in this world, in any ecosystem, all the 3 diversity is important. Of course, the genetic diversity is important, species diversity is important, ecosystem diversity is important. The 3 diversity combines only biodiversity. Now, within this 3, suppose if I am asking a question, which is more important for long-term survival of the species? Within this 3, if I put a question, which is more important for the long-term survival of the species, out of the 3, which you will choose? Ecosystem diversity or species diversity or genetic diversity? See, all the 3 are important, but in the moon, suppose if I ask you, which is more important? So some says ecosystem, some says species diversity. Yeah. Okay, some says genetic, but I will say genetic. All the 3 are important, but genetic is more important. Why? Genetic only, It is giving you the adaptation, natural selection. Am I right? So genetic diversity is very important. For example, let us take like this. Do you know in this world who is the ultimate survivor? Do you know in this world there is one creature which is called as ultimate survivor? Do you know who is that creature in this world? Ultimate survivor. It is nothing but not human, cockroach. Cockroach is the ultimate survivor in this world. Do you know why cockroach is ultimate survivor? Because when the cockroach gives a birth, actually it gives multiple birth, right? If you take a human and all population 1 or 2, am I right? So even if you take a dog 5, 6 or something, but cockroach it will give multiple birth. So now let me say that there are 10 baby cockroaches. Let me say these are the 10 baby cockroaches. Now whether all the 10 will have the same gene, exact gene? Not at all, not possible. So you take your family, even in your family you may have a brothers or sisters. So of course the fundamental gene, the father gene, some fundamental gene is same, but whether your gene and your brother gene or sister gene will be exactly same? No, not at all, exactly not same. Definitely variation will be there. If this variation is not there, then all our faces will be same. Within the human, we human share a common gene, but despite of that, the variations will be there. So within the family also, probably a brother and if I see your brother or if I see your sister, probably both will have the similarity, but definitely genetic variation will be there. So only in one genetic variation will be very less, that is in the identical twin. Probably in the identical twin, the genetic variation is very less. So in identical twin, what happens, you see, there will be one, in identical twin, of course, it's a one egg and 2 sperm, right? So in that gene may be very similar, but even in that also little variation you can find. So now the thing is, the concept is very simple. Sorry. If I take a cockroach, I say that the cockroach, let me say that cockroach 1, cockroach 2, baby cockroaches, C4, C5, C10, everyone will have a different gene. If everyone has a different gene, probably a new disease come, many may extinct, but 1 or 2 may survive because their immunity may be strong because of their genetic strength. Very simple. Even today, now in this class, we have 70 participants. Now assume that all the 70, we are sitting in a room. Assume that all the 70, we sit inside the room. Now I am introducing a deadly virus into this room. This room is completely closed. We all 70 sit inside the room. So a deadly virus comes inside the room. Okay, now what will happen to the 70? First, definitely I will die. Okay, I have very low immunity. So rest is 70. 70, whether everyone will survive? No, not at all. Whether everyone will die? No, not at all. Definitely I will say that some 4 or 5, just for example, I'm telling 4 or 5 will have a stronger gene. Probably in terms of stronger, immunity. By that way, they may easily survive. So today they're saying that women has a stronger gene because women only, gives birth and all. So the conclusion is women will not die easily. So that is how the conclusion we can make. But anyway, there are few people, 4 or 5 maybe having a stronger gene. Now they will come and they will move on to the next one, next one, next one. Now again, the human population will keep on survive. That means it clearly shows that genetic strength plays a very important role. Now each and everyone will have a different variation of the gene. Probably some variation will give some strength. That is what in your family, there may be one person who will not get any, disease at all. See, in your family, everyone will get a fever. Probably your father or mother or brother, anyone will not get any fever at all. That is nothing but stronger gene. The stronger gene in turn results in the stronger immunity, stronger adaptation and everything. So genetic variety is very important. Now, take this logic. Let's take cheetah. So we have a lot of stories about cheetah, why cheetah become extinct. So from the historical Mughal period. But anyway, so what ecologist says about cheetah? I'm going to give some data. Probably you don't want to write the data. The data may not be 100% true data. So I'm just giving a rough data. So it seems that in India, cheetah was more than 30,000. And because from the Mughal period and various period, Britain period and all, because of hunting and all, cheetah population came to 10, came to 5, and slowly it came to 2000. From 30,000, it came to 2000. Then immediately after the independence, immediately the government of India started taking a conservation measure, cheetah conservation program. And then from the 2000, they increased to 4,000, they increased to 6,000. By interbreeding and all those things, they did a conservation. But despite of taking this conservation, all the measures the government is taking, from 6,000, again it came to 3,000, again it came to 1,000, then it came to 400, finally cheetah became extinct in India. This is what actually happened. So this is what is given in the IGNOU book. So from 30,000, it came to, because of hunting and all, because of, habitat laws and many reasons, it came to 10,000, 2,000 and all. Immediately the government of India took a conservation. So in that conservation, from 2000, again we revived to 4,000, 6,000. We did it. So we thought that, okay, cheetah population is increasing. Okay, fine. We thought that, okay, we can revive the cheetah back. But what happened, you see, after some point of time, despite of taking all the conservation measure, the cheetah population from 6,000 came to 3,000, 1,000, 400, 200, 100. At one point of time, cheetah finally we took to zoo, and cheetah has become 0, and officially we declared cheetah has become extinct in India. Why cheetah has become extinct in India, despite of taking all the conservation measure? Even though positively from 2000 went up to 6,000, 7,000, why again it turned back and came to 0? Now, see, the thing is, from 30,000, when it came to 2,000, all the strongest gene got eliminated. The 2,000, all are weakest gene. All are weak gene. From the weak pool, again you are multiplying the number. What is the use? No use at all. Okay, suppose from the 30,000, if you have a stronger gene, 2,000 stronger gene, probably if you multiply it, definitely it would have sustained. All the 2,000 are weaker pool, of course weaker gene. So from the 2,000, again increase the number to 6,000, 10,000, 20,000, there is no use at all. They cannot survive in the changing environment and disease and everything. And finally, what has happened, you see, it came to 0. Okay, now just imagine from 30,000, it came to 2,000. Suppose naturally, if it come to 2,000 now, because of naturally, if from 30,000, the population has come to 2,000 now, I will say that the stronger gene would have come. But it is a human activity because we do hunting. See, when you hunt a lion, when you hunt a tiger or cheetah, so how do you know if it's a stronger gene or weaker gene? No, we do not know. Just like that, we hunt. Am I right? So suppose if a natural disaster, natural disease come from 30,000, naturally, if it has come to 2,000 means definitely I will say that the stronger would have come. But it is a human activity. Our deforestation, our various human activity, hunting and various activity reduced from 30,000 to 2,000. There is no use at all. Am I right? So here from 2,000 multiplying the number, there is no benefit at all. Again, what happened? You see, cheetah, after that, it came to 1,000, and of course it came to 0. And we officially declared that this is the only species officially we declared that cheetah has become extinct in India. Right now, we are again trying to reintroduce cheetah from Africa and everything. From Africa, Namibia, right now there is some cheetah. We are trying to bring the cheetah and introduce here. So now this is the status. Now take this logic for tiger. Tiger by 1,900, it was 50,000 numbers in India. It was 50,000 numbers. From 50,000 numbers, it came to 2,000 numbers. In 1991, I think it came to 911 numbers. This is what happened. In 1991, it came to 911. So from 911, what we did was, we immediately brought a National Tiger Conservation Authority, Tiger Reserve, Tiger Conservation Program, Project Tiger, Tiger Reserves. So from 911, today we have increased to 2,900 and some around odd 40 or 50 something. So nearing around 3,000, let us take. This is what we have done. Okay, now after 20 years or after 30 years, what would be the population of cheetah? Sorry, what would be the population of tiger? Whether from 3,000 it will come to 6,000. Now we have a program which is called T2 program, double the tiger program. So you want to increase the number from 3,000 to 6,000 numbers. So now what will happen? As if we cannot say, we cannot predict it. We cannot say 0 or we cannot say 6,000. We have to wait and watch, because who knows it? So see, 911 we have, but how can I know that it is a stronger gene, weaker gene? அது நமக்கு தெரியாது இது வரைக்கும். வெயிட் பண்ணி தான் பார்க்கணும். Now you have to wait and see, because for that reason, see, we cannot assume it is a weaker gene and we cannot stop taking action. Am I right? So 911 வந்துடுச்சு, so அதுக்காக எல்லாமே weaker gene தான் இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நம்ம ஆக்ஷன் எடுக்காம இருக்க முடியாது. So we have to take action. We need to wait and see. That's all. So now wait and see for another 30 years or 40 years. If the population from 3,000, if it is increased to 6,000, if it keep on increases, then okay, good, that we have stronger gene. Suppose if the population from 3,000 it is declining to 1,000 and all, then we have lost the genetic diversity. So by this way, genetic diversity is very, very, very important. So I will say that genetic diversity gives them survival advantage. The stronger the gene, the stronger the immunity, the stronger the metabolism, the stronger the adaptation. So they can easily adapt to the changing climate, changing diseases, changing environment. In turn, they can change their genetic material. They can pass on to the next and next and next, and they can go on. Okay, so that is how the genetic diversity is very important, especially for the long-term survival of the species. But generally, if they ask you what is more important, is all the three diversity is more important. Species diversity is also very, very important for the survival of the species. Okay, that is the first one, types of diversity. Okay, so how do we measure diversity? So we have various indicators of measuring diversity. So the one indicator is richness versus evenness. Sorry. Richness versus evenness. Okay, what is richness versus evenness? So already I told you richness is nothing but how many numbers you have, that is number of species per sample. Evenness is something how much relative abundance you have. For example, let me take this one. So let me take in India, in the Western Ghats, let me take, we have a cheetal deer, we have a swamp deer, okay, we have a tar, just a Nilgiri tar, something. Now, if the population is, let me just for an example, 12,000, 14,000, 9,000. This is scenario 1. Now, scenario 2 is you have 20,000, 2,000, 40. So scenario 2. So what would be the difference? Scenario 1, scenario 2. I'm giving two scenarios in the Western Ghats. In the scenario 1, cheetal population is 12,000, swamp is 14,000, tar is 9,000. In the scenario 2, in a condition 2, the cheetal population is 20,000, swamp is 2,000, 4,000. I will say this is evenness. This is what species evenness. Okay, here it is not even. Okay, so which will be better? Which ecosystem will survive better? This ecosystem will survive better, because there are chances that even in a simple, even because of a small disaster, this population at any point of time, it will become extinct. This population also will become less. So totally what happens, you see, this something will destabilize your ecosystem. So that is what normally we need to see in terms of species richness and evenness. So normally you need to have some richness. At the same time, richness is based on multiple factors, but evenness is also a very important factor. Then technically they are using some terms. So I'm not sure exam point of view how well it will be useful, but you should keep in mind it is also given in the essay book. If you want to measure biodiversity, you can measure through 3 concepts: alpha diversity, beta diversity, gamma diversity. Alpha diversity, beta diversity, gamma diversity. There's a 3 types of diversity generally we try to measure: alpha diversity, beta diversity, gamma diversity. Okay, what it is, so I'm telling you simple. Suppose let me take a forest, an ecosystem or forest. Suppose there may be many number of species. There can be lion, tiger, snake, zebra, monkeys. Now, if I count the total number of diversity in that forest one, that is called alpha diversity. That is called alpha diversity. Okay. Suppose I have forest 2. So I may have some species. Suppose if I compare between the 2 diversity, if I'm comparing between 2 ecosystem or comparing between 2 diversity, it is called beta diversity. Or even I can have another forest 3. So now I compare forest 1 and forest 2, beta diversity. Forest 2 and forest 3, beta diversity. Forest 1 and forest 3, beta diversity. So if you compare between 2 diversity, it is called beta diversity. If I take the total measure of diversity in all the 3 or in all the thing, it is called, okay, gamma diversity. It is called the gamma diversity. Okay, so that is the logic. If I take a single forest or single ecosystem, if I measure the total number of species, total number of diversity, that is called alpha. If I compare between 2 ecosystem or 2 forest, it's called beta. If I take the overall diversity, then it is called the gamma diversity. Okay, now you see the picture. See, you don't want to see this. This is forest 1, forest 2, forest 3. Okay, so exam point of view, it's not here, just only for your understanding. Now here in the forest 1, I have different species. Let me say this is tiger. Okay, this is elephant. This is zebra. This is snake, python or snake or something. Okay, this is giraffe. Okay, this is deer. Let me say this is something pangolin. Just for an example, I'm telling. Now, what is alpha diversity? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alpha diversity is 7. Alpha diversity for site B is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alpha diversity for site C is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is what? This is what called alpha diversity. So what is the total diversity in one particular ecosystem is called alpha diversity. What is beta diversity? Beta diversity for A and B. We are trying to compare. Now, you say this is 1. Now, whether do you have the species here? No. So it is 1. Okay. This one we don't find. 2. This one we don't find. 3. This one also we don't find here. 4. This one also we don't find here. 5. This one it is there. Okay. 6, 7. Okay. 8, 9, 10. So the total diversity between the site A and site B is 10. That is, try to see the total diversity. Compare between the diversity between the 2 is called the beta diversity. Gamma diversity is all the 3. Okay, you should not duplicate. So this is also present here. This is also present here. So it is not here. So you take it as 1. This is what gamma diversity. Okay. So what is alpha diversity means? It refers to a particular area. You count the number of different. Beta diversity, it is between ecosystem. Gamma diversity is overall diversity. Okay, so normally they try to measure this diversity. Okay, then only you can measure the total diversity of the world. So it is also very helpful for them to compare between one diversity to another diversity. So in which diversity it is richness is there, in which diversity Richness not there. Apart from that, they will also look for species abundance, species richness, and species evenness. So based on that only, they will calculate, finally, they will calculate the richness of the biodiversity. Okay, so that is how the measures of biodiversity. Okay, now the next one is loss of biodiversity. So benefits of biodiversity, we know it. So we need to see the loss of biodiversity. Okay, why biodiversity loss is happening? Loss of biodiversity. We know that it's only human activity. So even though it is a human activity, the main reason for the loss of biodiversity, just a minute. No, alpha diversity, species richness, not so. Alpha diversity is something I'm trying to see only within a particular ecosystem. Okay, small variation is there. Okay, come to the loss of biodiversity. So here you can see the primary driver. So the first and foremost reason, suppose in any question, if they ask you what is the reason for loss of biodiversity, your first answer should be habitat loss and fragmentation. Habitat loss and fragmentation. Okay, what is habitat loss? That is destruction of that ecosystem, destruction of the abiotic factor or biotic factor. For example, if you take a tiger always needs a dense forest, and tiger needs a large area. A single tiger minimum needs a 5 square kilometer. Then only it can survive. Otherwise, it cannot survive. That is something called habitat. If that is lost, then it cannot survive. Or if the forest is broken down into pieces, fragmentation, then it cannot survive. So that is the first reason for the loss of biodiversity. The second reason for the loss of biodiversity is introduction of invasive species. Introduction of invasive species. Alien species we introduce. So probably that disrupts the entire ecosystem and it colonizes. Most of the time it kills all the top predator and it will destabilize the ecological pyramid. Then the third reason is over-exploitation. That is depleting the resources. Start from, cutting down of forest to killing a lot of terrestrial animals to killing a lot of aquatic animals, fishing, so exploration, so over-exploitation. That's the third reason. The fourth reason is pollution. Fourth reason is pollution. Fourth reason is pollution. Then the last reason is, where the evidences are very less, climate change. Climate change and the global warming. So whatever it may be. And the global warming. That's the last reason. Okay, why these are happening? Purely because of increasing human population. All right. So population is keep on increasing. Because of the increasing in human population, that is one. Second is we increase a lot of consumption. All right. Our consumption is increasing and also reduced resource efficiency. That is, the resources we are not using properly. Right. The resources we are, exploiting. We are not, conserving the resources. We are not reducing it. We are not recycling it. That is what. Actually, this is what the three influences, these prime drivers results in the biodiversity loss. Okay, so by and large, biodiversity loss is happening because of various human activity. Now, my question is, if the biodiversity loss is happening by human activity, okay, it is only, or it is only by human activity, or it is also by natural? It is only by human activity, or it is also by natural. So today we say that biodiversity, so more, say as of now, they say that 50% of the biodiversity is lost. 50% of the biodiversity is lost. So in another 20 years of time, 90% of the biodiversity will be lost. This is what. Okay, but if you say that this is mainly because of human activity, yeah, true. But once upon a time we had, dinosaurs. Why today dinosaurs is not there? Whether human is responsible for it? No. Yes, you need to understand, even though anthropogenic reason is one of the strong reason, there is also some natural reason for biodiversity loss. Okay, what is that natural reason? Yes, there is a concept called concept of mass extinction. You have to know this concept of mass extinction. It was also asked in UPSC. That is concept of mass extinction. So you know that various geological period, Ordovician period, Permian period. For example, let me take 450 million years back. You see, in the Ordovician period, according to that particular climatic condition, according to that particular environmental condition, okay, we had some set of species. Now that survived for a long period of time, many million years. But when the period was going to get over, that time what happened, you see, 99% or 95% of the species become extinct. That is called mass extinction. So either it can be by tectonic plate movement, earthquake, so anything. So why it is happening, how it is happening, we do not know. But in every period, some set of species will emerge, and it is not going to be for forever. It's not at all possible. So for 450 million years to 360 million years. So when the period is going to come down, when it is reaching to 360 million years, by the time 95% of the species will be lost. Then only few species will come to the next level, probably in the next is late Devonian period. In that, a new set of, according to the new environmental condition, a new set of species will come. So it will survive for, till few years, and then again 90% will be lost. So mass extinction. Then again Permian period, Jurassic period, Cretaceous period. So like this, till now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mass extinction is over. Till now, 5 mass extinction is over. So right now we are in the 6th mass extinction. We are in the 6th mass extinction. Okay, the question is, who will survive in the 6th extinction? So anyway, we do not know who will survive, but the thing is, the first to extinct will be amphibian. And the Western Ghats is also very sensitive to amphibians. Okay, and of course, the major varieties of amphibians is frogs, everything is found in the Western Ghats. The first one to die will be amphibians. So the 6th mass extinction. Now, if you ask me why this happens naturally. So mass extinction happened naturally. Now, there are also one group of people say that today, right now, 6th mass extinction is undergoing. We are in the 6th mass extinction. And that is what some group of people say that. So today, 50% of the species is lost because the 6th mass extinction is going to get over. It's going to get over. Another in 20 to 30 years of time, 90% of the species will be lost. Okay. So now, how do you know that the loss is happening? How do you know that the species loss is happening? Yes, for this, they have a record. So they are recording the species. So this recording the species is done by an organization called IUCN. IUCN stands for International Union Conservation for Nature. IUCN stands for International Union Conservation for Nature. Actually, it is the IUCN who gives this conservation status for any species. This IUCN only gives a conservation status for any species. So if you go to the IUCN website, if you click on a species, they will tell what is the status. For this, they are maintaining a book called Red Data Book. If you visit this Red Data Book, so you'll come to know what is the conservation status. So how the conservation status are recorded, now I will show you. You can see here, they release a book called Red Data Book. So of course, they will also release a list called Red List. So basically it is an, intergovernmental. So they are working for more than 50 years. So they are the one who give the complete record of all species. Now you can see the different status. So the status starts from, you can take from here, least concern to extinction. Least concern to extinction. So you can see here, least concern, near threatened, vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered, extinct in wild, extinct. These are the various status. These are the various status. Now, suppose for any species, if IUCN says LC, least concern, then there is no threat for the species at all. That species population is sufficient. That is what least concern means. LC in soltana, if for any species, if they say LC, then there is no threat for the species. The species population is in the sufficient level. Okay. Suppose if IUCN says NT, near threatened, that means that particular species population has started decreasing rapidly. Okay, so that particular population has started decreasing rapidly. That is called near threatened. Then next comes, you can see the red dotted threatened category. All the three comes under the threatened category. Threatened category. So in this, the first one is VU, vulnerable. Okay, so how they will give a status is they have many criteria. So they will see how much population declined for 10 years. They will see how much male population, female population, younger population. They have many criteria, but you can see from the essay book, I'm going to give one criteria. That is, in the last 10 years, if 50% of the population declined, for example, let me say that tiger population, 2,000, 5,000. So in the last 10 years, from the 5,000, if it has come to 2,500, that is 50% reduction, then you can say it is vulnerable. Okay. Then if IUCN gives endangered, EN, it means 70% of the population has declined in the last 10 years. See, this is only one criteria. There are multiple criteria we have. And the next is critically endangered, CR. That is also color you can see here, from green color to red color it goes on. Critically endangered means almost 90% of the population got declined in the last 10 years. In the last 10 years, 90% of the population got declined. So this three category generally called as threatened category. Okay, so they have a criteria like 50, 70, 90. Apart, this is only one criteria. They have multiple criteria. Above that, the next is EW, extinct in wild. That is, that particular species no more is available in the forest. That means where it is available? It is available in the zoo, if it is animal, or if it is available in the botanical park, if it is a plant. Okay, so that is something called extinct in wild. Then the last one is extinct. That is, officially the IUCN declares that species is completely extinct. But what most of the time people say is, in many cases, if IUCN says CR, critically endangered, practically that particular species population would have extinct in that particular country. But keep in mind, this IUCN, of course, we provide the information to IUCN. So IUCN is not going to collect all the information. They will also work at the same time. Our Zoological Survey of India, Botanical Survey of India, or Ministry of Environment will provide the information. Based on that information, they will compile and they will do some research and they will do it. So that's how the status. So the status will start from critically vulnerable to endangered to critically endangered. So from least concern to extinct. Okay, so if you go to just a minute, I will share some screen. Suppose let me type Asian elephant. So just go inside Asian elephant. So even just you can see in the Wikipedia itself. So you can see the right side. So Asian elephant. So what is the period it came on, that all, and you can see the conservation status. You see the right side. So whether it's visible, whether just a minute. So whether this is visible, conservation status. So now see what is given: least concern, to near threatened, vulnerable, critically endangered, extinct in wild. So now what is the status of Asian elephant? It is endangered. Okay, so like that, if you go to the, even the Wikipedia itself, it will be given, or even just a minute. Even in the Wikipedia, it will be given, or even in the redlist.org also you can find it. So before the exam, you can see that. So this is how IUCN says. Okay, now what IUCN says? IUCN says that the sixth mass rate extinction, the sixth mass extinction is happening rapidly. Okay, so it's happening rapidly now. That is 50 years back, 50 to 60 years back, many species which was in the least concern, now it has come to vulnerable or endangered or critically endangered, or it has become extinct. So that means sixth mass rate extinction is going very rapidly. But here IUCN says that it is not happening naturally. It is not happening naturally. It is human driven. Okay, what is it human driven as? So what IUCN says is, if any species from least concern, if it wants to come to vulnerable, endangered and all, it will take many years. But now, 50 years back, a species was in least concern. Immediately it has come to, within 50 years, it has come to vulnerable now. It is not natural. It is something human driven. So today, by and large, everyone concluded that, see, we cannot stop this mass rate extinction. Mass rate extinction will happen, but it will take a long time. But the thing is, today we are accelerating this mass extinction, the sixth mass rate extinction. So that's how we are making it very rapid. Probably in another 30 to 40 years of time, more than 90 to 95% of the species will become extinct. So you know that in an ecological pyramid, 95% of the species become extinct means what will happen? No one can survive. So of course, everyone is going to become extinct. We are going to lose the complete biodiversity. The mass extinction is going to become very, very rapid. And the entire earth may end very soon. That is what many experts say. So now it's very clear that the 5 mass extinction was mostly natural. The 5 mass extinction was mostly natural, but the 6th mass extinction, it is completely human driven. So we are driving it very rapidly. We are driving it very fast. So obviously we have to take some action to reduce this mass extinction. That is the ultimate idea under this biodiversity conservation. So across the world, everyone is trying to, reduce the rate of 6th mass rate extinction. That is, we want to remove the human-induced, 6th mass rate extinction. Okay, how can you reduce it? How can you reduce it? Yes, only through conservation, right? Only through conservation. So now we have to conserve the plant and animal. So for this, Very important is we have to remove all the human threat. We have to remove all this human threat. So especially start from habitat loss to fragmentation, to invasive species, to pollution, to climate change, to overexploitation, everything we have to stop it. And at the same time, we have to give focus to the species, especially. We need to give a special focus to the species. Okay, how can you do that? So for this, we have broadly across the world, everyone tries to use two methods of conservation. That is in situ conservation, ex situ conservation. In situ conservation, ex situ conservation. Two methods of conservation we can follow, in situ, ex situ. Okay, what is in situ? Conserving the species in its original habitat. If you conserve the species in its original habitat, it is called in situ conservation. Conserving the species in its original habitat is called in situ conservation. Okay, what is ex situ conservation? Conserving the species outside its original habitat. Conserving the species outside its original habitat, which is called ex situ conservation. That's called ex situ. So how we do that? Yes, you can see here. That is how it comes when come to in situ conservation. Concept of national park, wildlife sanctuary, community reserve, conservation reserve. Normally we call this as protected areas. Common, we call it as protected areas. National park, wildlife sanctuary, community reserve, conservation reserve, tiger reserve, specifically for tiger, elephant reserve, biosphere reserve, biodiversity hotspot and hope spot, biodiversity hotspot and hope spot, and then species oriented project like project, project Dugong, project crocodile, project Gharial. So like that species oriented project they have. So now in this all this method, we are trying to conserve the species in their wildlife itself, in their forest itself, or in their habitat itself. Hotspot and hope spot, I will tell you each and everything I will explain. So when come to the ex situ, bringing the species outside its original habitat, that is botanical park, it is specifically for plants, zoological park, animal, a new concept, biological park. So biological park is something, it will have, the concept of national park and concept of zoological park. That is called biological park. Gene bank, that is conserving the genetic level, sperm and all those things. Of course, cryopreservation, that is sub-zero, conserving it, almost sperm, all the, gametes and everything. Okay, suppose if you find that the species is going to die, then the species is coming to extinct in wild. If it crossed critically endangered, it is better to bring it to the ex situ conservation, so that conserve in the zoo and botanical park. Okay, now if you take this difference between in situ versus ex situ conservation, if you want to increase, suppose let me take a tiger. If you want to increase the longevity of a tiger, suppose I think the tiger is living for 10 years. Suppose I want the tiger to survive for 12 years or 14 years. So what conservation I need to do? Whether I need to do in situ conservation or ex situ conservation? In situ, ex situ. See, when the species is going to die, only we are bringing to ex situ, am I right? See, in ex situ, in the zoological park, you can directly provide food, you can provide medicine, you can do surgery, you can do focus. Am I right? So obviously longevity of the species can be increased only in the ex situ conservation, because you can give special protection. Am I right? Because if it is in the forest, we do not know whether it's getting a disease or something, whether it needs a surgery, whether it needs whether it has got any organ failure, whether it has got any, prey. Am I right? So that's how definitely, in in situ conservation, definitely longevity we cannot increase. But if any species has to realize its full potential, I will say that if any species has to realize its full potential, yes, it has to be in situ. For example, there's a good case study. It came in, Discovery Channel. Two American biologists, what they do is they have taken a lion cub, I think tiger cub or lion cub, I think lion cub, and tiger cub or lion cub. I'm not sure about it. So they took the big cat cub, and they are giving a training. So normally, if you take a tiger, the mother tiger or the lion, if you take the mother lion, teaches all the skill to the, cub within 2 years. Within 2 years, the cub will learn all the skill from the mother. But the same two biologists is giving a training to the cub. Do you know how many years it took for them? It took nearing 8 years to give the training. You see, in a natural ecosystem, in the forest, the mother tiger, of course, the cub is learning. Am I right? The cub is learning all the skills from the mother tiger within 2 years. But the same training, it has taken more than 8 years for the biologist to give the training. And that too, after 8 years also, every time they have to go and visit the forest to see whether it survives or not. So that means its full potential can be realized only in the in situ conservation. But if you want to increase the longevity of the species, yes, it is the ex situ conservation you have to go for. So now here we will get into the main ex situ conservation. We will discuss all these concepts. We will start with hotspot and spot. We will discuss each and every concept. But here the challenge is, in the exam, it can be a difference. Sometimes they can ask you difference between national park, biosphere reserve, tiger reserve, wildlife sanctuary. Like the differences also they can ask. They can also ask, the concept, or sometimes they may ask factual. If you take national park, we have more than 120 national park. Wildlife sanctuary, 515 wildlife sanctuary we have. Just imagine 515 wildlife sanctuary. So we cannot remember everything. So only one thing, whatever possible you come across in the news, that keep in mind. And apart from that, in the current affair compilation, in the last 1 year, what are all the national park, what are all the wildlife sanctuary that came in the news, that we will discuss. Now we will get into in situ conservation. We will see the various concepts: national park, wildlife sanctuary, community reserve, conservation reserve, tiger reserve, biosphere reserve, elephant reserve, and slowly we will get into species. Almost some 50 to 60 species we will discuss. Okay, that should be our next topic. So what we'll do is we will just take a 5 minutes break, and then we will get into first in situ conservation, biodiversity, hotspot, and hope spot. That's the first thing we will get into it. Okay, so we'll just take 5 minutes break. Okay. So shall we start? The first one is concept of biodiversity hotspot. So first we will see the concept hotspot. See, this hotspot, this term surfaced in a research paper. This research paper was written by Dr. Norman Mayers. He's a Britain ecologist. So in his research paper, only the term hotspot came. That's the first time we are hearing about the word hotspot. So what Norman Mayers says is, this hotspot is a one which has a very rich biodiversity, which have a very high endemism, okay? And at the same time, that is a region which has got more threat. So now try to conserve this hotspot. So if you take in this entire world, we have many forests. We took this, so we have many vegetation, many forest. Now he says that there is no need to conserve each and every forest. So you have to only conserve a forest which meets the criteria of hotspot. So for that, he says that in order to earmark a hotspot, in order to identify a particular forest as a hotspot, two criteria you need to consider. You need to consider two criteria. The criteria number one is, it must, please make note, criteria one. Criteria one is, it must contain at least 0.5% or 1,500 species of vascular plants. So vascular plant means which has all the, circulatory system, xylem, phloem, the vascular plants. All the vascular plants as endemic. That means the first criteria is based on endemism, the richness of the diversity and endemism. So he says that you should take two criteria to classify a hotspot. In that, the first criteria is it should contain it must contain at least 0.5% or 1,500 species of vascular plant as endemic. That's the first criteria. The second criteria is based on the threat. The second criteria is based on the threat. So he says that it should have lost 70% of its original vegetation. It should have lost 70% of its original vegetation. of its original vegetation. Okay, now Norman Mayers in his research paper says that if these two criteria, if you consider, if any forest falls in this criteria, you should classify the forest region as hotspot and try to conserve that hotspot. That is how he says. So like that, if you take, initially he identified some 7 hotspot and then later 14 hotspot. And he says that this entire hotspot is just only 2% of the world land. Hotspot, if you just take a hotspot, it's only 2% of the world land surface area, or 2.3%, sorry. It's approximately 2.3% of land surface area. But even though it is just 2.3% of the land, if you assume 100% as land area, in that 2.3% only hotspot will come. Even though it is only 2.3% of land area, 50% of endemic species is only in that particular region, where 42% of all terrestrial vegetation is also there. That is where the rich and highly threatened. So now you should classify it as a hotspot. Okay, what is the benefit? He says that if you classify a hotspot and if you conserve the hotspot, you can reduce the 6th mass rate extinction by 30%. That is his idea. So he says that if you conserve this 2% of the land area, 2.3% of the land area, the chances that sixth mass rate extinction can be reduced by 30%. That is what he says. That's what the concept of hotspot. Okay. So now initially identified 7 and 14, and later point of time, okay, so they have started identifying many hotspots. But the thing is, many people didn't accept the concept of hotspot. Okay, because some ecologists, they feel that this 2 criteria seems to be very narrow criteria, because this 2 criteria talks only about plant. It does not talk about herbivore, carnivore, top carnivore at all. But anyway, according to Norman Mayers, he feels that primary producers are very important. Okay, because this decides this level, this decides this level, and this decide. But the other psychologists are the other biologists or the other ecologist feels that this criteria seems to be very narrow. So that is the reason this criteria seems to be very controversial. So right now, what is the status? Later point of time, the organization, international organization, Conservation International, started promoting the concept of hotspot. And today we have more than 35 hotspots across the world. 35 biodiversity hotspots across the world. You can see the different colors. The different colors shows the different hotspot. So across the world, there are totally 35 hotspots we have. So the Conservation International only started promoting the concept of hotspot. And now the present status of hotspot, today everyone uses the term hotspot, even in India. So we use the term hotspot. Of course, we have 2 hotspots, 4 hotspots we have in India. Western Ghats is 1 hotspot. So in various, government record, hotspot terms are mentioned. Even the minister also uses the term hotspot, but it does not have any legal status. So when I say no legal status, that is, if you take a national park, wildlife sanctuary, it comes under the Wildlife Protection Act. So it is coming under, it is backed by legislation, it is backed by act. But when come to the hotspot, it does not have any legal status. But we are using the term, we are conserving the hotspot as like it is, but not with any legal backup or legal sanction. That is the right now status. So today, more than 35 hotspots across the world we have. So in this, when come to India, India has 4 hotspots. So we will see what are the 4 hotspots. Before that, let's clarify some of the doubts. See, I said 2.3% of the land area, where 50% is endemic species, where 42%, okay, is terrestrial vegetation. Sorry, terrestrial vertebrates, not vegetation, terrestrial vertebrates. 50% of world endemic plant and 42% of terrestrial, that is land vertebrates, only present in the hotspot. Okay, so it does not have any legal status, but we are conserving hotspots. So when come to hotspot, India, let's take India. So India has 4 hotspots. Yes, here the criteria for hotspot. So doubt is criteria for hotspot is only based on this 2 criteria, vegetation. Okay, we have 4 hotspots. So the first hotspot, so we all know that Himalayas. The first hotspot is Himalayas. It is nothing but Western Himalayas. Okay, what is the significance of this? You know that the Himalaya mountain. So how the Himalaya mountain has rose? So it came out of a Tethys Sea. So in Indian geography, you will see that it is a abrupt rise of 500 meters to 8,000 meters. It's an abrupt rise of 500 meters to 8,000 meters. Am I right? So Himalaya was under the sea, which is called Tethys Sea. So it, because of the tectonic plate movement, Indo-Australian plate movement, right? Because the Eurasian plate and Indo-Ocean plate movement immediately, within a short period of time, Himalaya rose from 500 meter to 8,000 meter. Okay, what is the benefit? See, normally when it is 500 meter to 8,000 meter, the peak, probably you can find different vegetation. Am I right? So when you come to the lower level, you can find some grassland, subtropical broadleaves and all. When you go above little bit, you can find temperate grassland. Temperate deciduous. When you go above, you can find coniferous. When you go above, you can find alpine. So actually, Himalayas is a one you can find different ecosystem in single place. Different ecosystem in single place. Sometimes also they call it as it is a confluence of different biogeographical zone. So obviously, when two various zone merges, ecotone, you can find many ecotones. It is a confluence of different biogeographical zone. So that is the first hotspot. Confluence of different biogeographical zone. The second hotspot is Northeast Himalayas. Northeast Himalayas. Actually, Northeast Himalayas bracket, it is part of Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot. It is part of Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot. Okay, that is it. So why this hotspot? If you ask, you see, this is a Northeast. Now Northeast, this is Northeast. See, Northeast is connected to Indo-Burma, Thailand, and now where it is getting connected? It is connected to equator. Am I right? There is tropical rainforest. So slowly it is connected to Myanmar. So from there, slowly it is connected to Thailand, Malaysia, and it is getting connected with tropical rainforest. So that's what it is, a Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot. Okay, so Northeast, in what way it is very famous? It is very famous for, of course, high endemism. In fact, comparing with the Himalayas, Western Himalayas, richest diversity endemism is only in the Eastern Himalayas, that is Northeast Himalayas. So in terms of diversity, in terms of endemism, it is war. Okay, specifically what it is famous, of course, when you come to Burma, especially Burma and Indo-Burma, so of course, highest diversity of freshwater turtles. Highest diversity of freshwater turtles and freshwater fishes in the world is found in the Northeast. Highest diversity of freshwater turtles and highest diversity of freshwater fishes is found in the Northeast. But in general, Northeast has high diversity, great diversity, and great endemism comparatively. Okay. That's the second hotspot. The third hotspot is Nicobar. Nicobar, part of Sundaland hotspot, southern Thailand. Nicobar, part of Sundaland hotspot. Nicobar Island. Okay, what is very famous? Yes, Nicobar, of course, Andaman Nicobar, it is very famous for mangroves. It's a coastal thing. and it's very, very famous for reptiles. Reptiles, that is marine turtles. Many major marine turtle, global marine turtle comes, okay, like leatherback turtle, olive ridley turtle, green turtle and all. Of course, it's also very famous for snakes. And the one unique thing in Nicobar is you cannot find large mammals. So most of the time, it is absence of large mammal and presence of shrews. Absence of large mammal and the presence of shrews. Absence of large mammal and presence of shrews you can find here. Shrews means something like, rodents, rats and all, mammal. Okay, and you can find only one mammal in the southern Nicobar, that is one primate, that is monkey, that is called crab eating macaque. Crab eating macaque. Crab eating macaque, this is the only primate, actually it's a monkey. Crab eating macaque is the only primate that is found in the southern group of Nicobar. Southern group of Nicobar. Okay. Then the fourth hotspot, the last hotspot, is our Western Ghats. Western Ghats, part of Sri Lanka hotspot. So it's connected. It's part of Sri Lanka hotspot. Part of Sri Lanka hotspot. Okay. So what it is famous for? The first thing is the largest global Asian elephant. The largest global Asian elephant population is only in the Western Ghats. Largest global Asian elephant is in the Western Ghats. Actually, Western Ghats is famous for amphibians. Of course, high endemism also you can find. Amphibians, frogs. If any new frog is discovered, probably you would have seen in the newspaper. Most of the time, it is only from the Western Ghats. Okay, and you will find a lot of endemic species in Western Ghats, and that too freshwater turtle, freshwater fishes. Sorry, endemic freshwater fishes also you can find it in the Western Ghats. Apart from endemic amphibians and the thing, and Western Ghats is very famous for cultivated plant, which you all know that. So what are the cultivated plant we have? So pepper, cardamom, mango, jackfruit, sandal. This cultivated plants and all is very famous. Pepper, cardamom, mango, jackfruit, sandal. So everything you can find it in the Western Ghats. Okay. Now, yeah, butterflies, various diversity is very huge. Now, if you take this 4 hotspot, can you tell me which is the most threatened hotspot? Comparing this 4 hotspot, which is highly threatened hotspot? Can you guess which is the out of the 4 hotspot? It is Western Ghats. Okay, can you guess why it is Western Ghats? Lot of development activity. See, Karnataka, Goa, am I right? Maharashtra. So this side you see development activity is very less. So mining activity, industrial activity, development activity. So all the richest states. See, Western Ghats is shared by, start from Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala. Am I right? So a lot of invasive species, exploitation, mining activity, legal mining, illegal mining. So everything is happening in the Western Ghats. So that is what Indian government got a constant pressure from various organizations, Conservation International, IUCN, Biodiversity Conservation, Convention on Biological Diversity, to conserve this Western Ghats, especially this hotspot. So after a long period of time, the Indian government appointed one committee. Actually, that committee is called Dr. Madhav Gadkil Committee. This is the first committee they brought for Western Ghats, Dr. Madhav Gadkil Committee. So Dr. Madhav Gadkil, he is one of a very eminent ecologist in India. So under his leadership, they appointed a committee. So now the committee objective, what the Indian government has said is, central government has said is to Dr. Madhav Gadkil, so to completely analyze the entire Western Ghats, start from Gujarat till, southern Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Tamil Nadu, to see, okay, what are all the steps we need to take to conserve that Western Ghat. So what Madhav Gadkil has done is he has completely surveyed the entire Western Ghats, its biodiversity, flora, fauna, okay, the various threat level, human activities. And finally, he came with a concept that 64% of the Western Ghats has to be earmarked as ecological sensitive zone or ecological sensitive area under Environment Protection Act of 1986. This was the recommendation he gave. Okay, so he said that 64% of the Western Ghats has to be brought under the ecological sensitive area under the Environment Protection Act of 1986. Suppose if you earmark an ecological sensitive zone or area, so if you earmark a particular region as ecological sensitive zone or ecological sensitive area, many activities will not be allowed. Many activities will be regulated. For example, mining and all will not be allowed. Mining, quarrying, that and all will not be allowed. And second thing, thermal power plant will not be allowed. Nuclear power plant will not be allowed. Okay, and I'm not sure about nuclear power plant. Thermal power plant will not be allowed. And then industry. When you take an industry, so we have red category industry, orange category industry, green category industry. So red is more polluted, orange is moderate polluted, green category. So red category industry will not be allowed. Moderate polluted industry will be allowed in only certain area. Green industry will be allowed. And apart from that, even if it is a township, if you want to develop a town, beyond a particular hectare, you cannot develop a town. Even if you want to do a construction, building construction also, they said that beyond 20,000 square meter, you cannot go for a construction. Like that, there will be a lot of restrictions and regulation. If you earmark a particular area, if you earmark that area, now earmark as a ESA under the Environment Protection Act of 1986. So Madhav Gadkil says that 64% of the Western Ghats has to be immediately brought under the ecological sensitive zone or ecological sensitive area. That is the report he submitted. Now, once the report came to the government, central government, now the central government, what they did was they sent the report to the state government. So all the 6 states. So from Gujarat to Tamil Nadu. But actually what happened, you see, all the 6 states said that they will not accept this Madhav Gadkil report. Because if they go by that Madhav Gadkil report, if 64% of the ecological sensitive zone, if the 64% of the area, if it is being brought under the ecological sensitive zone, then economic activity cannot happen. They have to close down a lot of mining activity. They have to close down thermal power plant. They have to close down industries, township development, everything they have to close down. So especially Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, all the states, they said that they will not accept. So because of that reason, they couldn't take any action on the Madhav Gadkil report. And of course, this report was accumulating a lot of dust. Then what happened, you see, the pressure from international organization increased. That is the reason central government appointed another committee, which is called Dr. Kasturirangan Committee. Dr. Kasturirangan Committee. So Dr. Kasturirangan is a scientist. He, under his leadership, they brought a high power panel. So now the Kasturirangan committee objective is to get into the Madhav Gadkari report and see what can be implemented, what cannot be implemented. So that he will also survey the entire Western Ghats, discuss with all the state, and finally he has to bring, he has to bring a implementable plan. So finally, Kasturirangan High Power Panel, he came out with a report, Kasturirangan report. In that he said 37% of the Western Ghats has to be brought under the, under the ecological sensitive zone or ecological sensitive area. This is what he said. And also he said that you can bring it in various phases, not immediately. So for example, so if any mining plant and all which is running, so you can give them some 5 years or 10 years time so that they can close down. Like that he brought. So within that itself, even Madhav Gadkari will say that ecological sensitive zone 1, 2, like that. So he can classify. So Kasturirangan, little bit with flexibility, from 64% he came to 37%. Okay, fine. Immediately the government also notified. The central government made a notification, draft notification on the Kasturirangan to bring a few square kilometer under the 37, a few square kilometer under the ecological zone. But now all the 6 states again objected it. They said that they will not accept. Karnataka, Goa, Maharashtra, even Tamil Nadu, they said that no, even the 37% also we will not bring it. So that's how the debate went on. But finally, the government has recently notified. So that's how the 4th draft notification came. So you can see here. So in this, Kasturirangan suggested no-go zone, that is ecological sensitive zone, where it should not no activity be allowed in 59,940 square kilometer. This is what he said. So approximately 56,825 square kilometer, Ministry of Environment has given a proposal to bring under the ecological sensitive zone. So for that, the draft notification is sent. The central government said that definitely we are going to bring this 56,825 square kilometer under the ecological sensitive area, which is going to be notified under the Environment Protection Act of 1986. So that's how the Western Ghats issue is going on. Okay, so even though it does not have any biodiversity hotspot, it does not have any legal status, but we are conserving the biodiversity hotspot in a different way. Okay, that is about the biodiversity hotspot. Okay, the next one is biodiversity hope spot. Biodiversity hope spot. See, if hotspot is for the land, hope spot is for the ocean. How this concept came? This concept was brought by Mrs. Sylvia Earle. So an American marine biologist, ecologist, she only brought this concept of hope spot. She only first referred this term hope spot. Okay, what Mrs. Sylvia Earle says is, if you take in this world, so you can see ocean. So a very huge ocean, Atlantic, Pacific, I'm right. So Indian Ocean, okay, Pacific Ocean and Atlantic Ocean. So we have a very huge ocean. Now, this entire ocean is not important. In this, there are few regions where you can see the, the blue color and green color. You can see this. These are the ocean area, whatever I'm marking. So let me clear it. So you can see here. These are the ocean area, wherever it is marked, which are very, very critical to the health of the ocean. So conserving this ocean areas is very, very important, she says. So she says this ocean area or this ocean region is also called as Earth Blue Heart. Earth Blue Heart. And she says that these regions are the hope for the entire ocean. That's the reason it's called hope spot. She tells it as a earth blue hot. These are very critical to the health of the ocean. So now we have to conserve this ocean region. Hope spot. So other areas are not important. These areas are very, very important, whatever I highlighted. Okay, and she identified those areas and she brought the concept of hope spot. So now why she says this region is very important? She says that this is a region where you have high species diversity, okay, abundance, endemism, everything is high. And this is where the major migrating corridor, many marine turtles, mammals and all comes and goes, okay, where a lot of economic activity, fishing activity, various economic activity happen, major breeding ground, major biodiversity like coral, mangroves and all survives here. And apart from that, this is a region that it has a cultural value, significance value, religious value, spiritual value. And moreover, even if any damage happened to this region, okay, the nature can revive on its own. Now, like this, she takes multiple criteria. Based on multiple criteria, she says that this region has to be conserved. That is her concept. For that only, she brought the concept of hope spot. So in order to realize it, a non-profit organization was created. That organization is called Mission Blue. Mission Blue, a non-profit organization, was created. Now today, the Mission Blue has partnered with IUCN. Okay, so Mission Blue will identify the hope spot and finally give it to the IUCN. It is the IUCN will designate that hope spot. IUCN only designates a hope spot. So totally today we have 72 hope spots. You can check the latest data. In that, 2 hope spots are in India. 2 hope spots are in India. So what are the 2 hope spots? The one is our Andaman Nicobar and Lakshadweep. Sorry. Andaman Nicobar and Lakshadweep. These are the 2 hope spots. It's right now in India. Okay. 26 hope spots, I think so. Okay, 76 hope spots. Totally, there are 76 hope spots. In that 76 hope spots, 2 hope spots is in India. Okay, so she says that it's a special place. That's very important. So that is the concept of hope spot. Okay, so we're done with the first 2 concepts, biodiversity hotspot and hope spot. So now we have to see the concept of protected areas. When it comes to protected area, now we are going to discuss about national park, wildlife sanctuary, conservation reserve, community reserve. Conservation reserve, community reserve. Okay, so before this, we need to understand an act which is called Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. WLP, Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. Okay, so just I will give an overview. So this entire slides I will finally share to you. See, this act is one of the oldest act and also it's a very powerful act. So normally the central government controls this act, which is Wildlife Protection Act. So this is a very comprehensive act for the protection of wildlife. So anything related to wildlife protection, probably you can refer to this Wildlife Protection Act. So normally what you will find in any act, first they will talk about the various terms, terminologies and all they will say. So what is the meaning of wildlife? What is the meaning of forest and all will say. And now, if you want to create any organization related to wildlife protection, like wildlife, wildlife board, advisory board, national board for wildlife, okay, or if you want to create any, insight to conservation, like national park, wildlife sanctuary, everything you can bring it only under the Wildlife Protection Act. Okay, and apart from that, so this Wildlife Protection Act also will talk about authorities. So who are all the authorities related to wildlife protection? For example, forest conservator, chief wildlife warden. So now they will tell what is the authority, what is the authority power, what is the authority duties and responsibility. That also they'll tell. And apart from that, they will also give a special protection to any endangered plants or animals. So, and apart from that, as I told you, the constitution of any authority, board, okay, national park, wildlife sanctuary, everything it will be given. And related to wildlife, there is also a trade. So normally the trade, of course, two types of trade is happening. One is the legal trade. So legal trade, the government permits. So the rules and regulations of legal trade will be given in the Wildlife Protection Act. So how the trade, what is the provision for the trade and commerce? So everything, what is the licensing policy? So how the sale, possession, transfer, taxes, everything will be given related to wildlife or related to wildlife given. And anything illegal trade or something, or even poaching, hunting and all, they will describe about the punishment and penalties. So for example, if you hunt a tiger, probably there will be 10 years imprisonment with 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs of fine. So like that, what is the penalty? What is the punishment? How the offenses will be classified? In which court they will be trialed? So everything. So what is the jail term? Everything will be given in this wildlife. And also this Wildlife Protection Act also will, become a party to the, the various international conventions and everything. So I will say that anything related to wildlife, of course, it will come under the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. Okay, you can directly say that it comes under the Wildlife Protection Act. And under the Wildlife Protection Act, they have divided the species into different schedules. You can see this. Schedule 1 species, Schedule 2 species, Schedule 3, Schedule 4, Schedule 5, Schedule 6. This is how we have classified. This is how we are classified. Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4. So normally Schedule 1, these are all endangered species, that is highest protection. Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 will have highest protection. Within that, Schedule 1 protection is very, very high. So normally tiger and all will come under the Schedule 1. Okay, some certain mammals and all will come under the Schedule 2. Schedule 3, Schedule 4, lesser protection. So normally some rats, flying fox, some toads and all will come under Schedule 3 and Schedule 4. Schedule 5, it is vermin. It's called vermin. Vermin means there is no restriction for the species. Anyone can hunt anything. Okay, Schedule 6 is about species. Now, how it will work is, Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, which has been given highest protection. Normally, Schedule 1, Schedule species, no one can hunt or poach, because the main objective of the Wildlife Protection Act itself is to prevent hunting and poaching. That's the main, and also prevent the illegal trade. That's the main objective of this wildlife protection. So especially when you come to Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, definitely the protection level is very high. So you cannot do a trade just like that. You cannot do a hunting or something. Suppose by chance if you hunt or poach or something, Schedule 1, Schedule 2 species, the punishment will be maximum, like 10 years imprisonment, 15 years imprisonment with fine like 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs, like that it will go. But in some cases, the Schedule 1, Schedule 2 species can be killed by the Chief Wildlife Warden. So the Wildlife Protection Act says that the Chief Wildlife Warden can kill the species, can order to kill the species under 2 conditions. Under 2 conditions, he can order to kill the species. So what the 2 conditions is? The first condition, if the species is threat to human life. By chance, if the species is threat to human life, so that time you can kill the Chief Wildlife Warden can order to kill the species. So normally, even though they will give a sedating injection or something, but even the Chief Wildlife Warden can, by his hand signature, he can give an order to kill the species. It's called threat to human life. Okay. Or the second condition is if it is being deceased. So first thing, threat to human life. The second is if it is being deceased beyond recovery. Suppose assume that the particular tiger, so tiger will now come under Schedule 1, lion. So now if it is being deceased, completely deceased, so that you cannot recover, that's called disease beyond recovery, so that the disease is going to spread in the entire forest, then that time definitely the chief wildlife warden can give an order to kill the species. Under these two conditions only you can kill the species. In no other condition you cannot kill or culling of the species can be done. Okay, Schedule 3, Schedule 4. Yes, the same two condition is applied. Apart from that, one more condition. By chance, if the Schedule 3, Schedule 4 damages agriculture property, then you can order the chief wildlife warden can order to kill the species. But whereas if the Schedule 1, Schedule 2 tiger or something which damages the agriculture property, that time you cannot order to kill. That's how the condition is. Okay. Schedule 5 is vermin. Vermin means you can kill indiscriminately. In that case, you can go for culling. That is what in the very first class, if you remember ecology, I told you there is a nilgai, blue bull, sometimes also called as, which is a Schedule 3 species, I think, Schedule 3 or Schedule 4 species. The central government, of course, the various state has requested the central government to put it under the vermin category so that they can go for culling because the population has dramatically increased. It's called vermin category. So normally vermin category, generally if you see it, so mice, rat, crow, fruit bat and all will come under the vermin category. Then the last one is Schedule 6. Plant prohibited from cultivation. Plant prohibited from cultivation. So here they have identified some list of plants. So some example plants like you can see pitcher plant, blue vanda, red vanda, youth. So these are the plant. These are all not should be, or these are completely forbidden from cultivation. But see, you can get a license and you can cultivate. Okay, you can get a license for a particular term and then you can cultivate. Other than that, you cannot cultivate this species. So that is one Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4. Okay, now we will get into the protected area. First, we will see national park versus wildlife sanctuary. First, we will try to understand the difference between national park and wildlife sanctuary. Okay, now if it is a national park or wildlife sanctuary, both has to be established under the Wildlife Protection Act of 1980. Sorry, Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. Now, who can declare a national park, a forest region? Who can declare a national park or who can declare a wildlife sanctuary? Whether it's a state government or central government. So in the act, it says any government. That means state government can also create it, central government can also create it. So by that way, most of the time, the state government will earmark a forest region as a national park or wildlife sanctuary. If it is a national importance, sometimes central government can also earmark a national park in a particular state. So any government, the act says any government. So there is no restriction at all. Anyone can create. Okay, that is one. So normally, when you take national park versus wildlife sanctuary, which has a highest protection is national park has high protection. That is, if you earmark a particular forest region as a national park, then no activity should be allowed inside a national park. That is no human activity. Suppose if any humans are present inside the national park, if they do any agriculture activity and all, they have to be removed from the national park. But anyway, we have a new act which is called Forest Right Act. So in that there are some changes that we'll see later. But generally what Wildlife Protection Act says is, when you earmark a national park, no activity should be allowed. So here the Chief Wildlife Warden and the Forest Conservator and the collector has to ensure that none of the activity happens inside the national park. The national park should be exclusive for the flora and fauna. It should be only for the plant and animal. But wildlife sanctuary, we have some exception. So in case of a wildlife sanctuary, yes, the Chief Wildlife Warden and collector can decide and they may allow any human activity on case-to-case basis. It is not mandatory they have to allow. Suppose if there are any tribal people staying inside the wildlife sanctuary, suppose assume that they are the people who are staying for many years, then the Chief Wildlife Warden and the collector may decide, Forest Conservator may decide, and they may allow some human activity inside the national wildlife sanctuary. But in case of a national park, even the collector or Chief Wildlife Warden will not have the power to do it. Sorry, excuse me. Will not have the power to do it. Okay. So normally what the state government will do is, sometimes they will first earmark as a wildlife sanctuary and then upgrade it as a national park. That will also happen. So that normally happen. So first initially they may earmark as a wildlife sanctuary, and later point of time they will upgrade it to a national park. That is one. Then the next very important is wildlife sanctuary or national park. There is a possibility that wildlife sanctuary can be created for single species. You have a bird sanctuary and all. Okay, but national park, it is for all the levels of species. It is not only for single species, it is for all the levels of species. Start from primary producer to top carnivore. But wildlife sanctuary, they can earmark as a national park. They can earmark for a single thing. Okay, what will be allowed apart from this? See, apart from this, wildlife sanctuary or national park, normally for tourism, they may allow. For research, they may allow. Okay, anyway, whatever may be tourism or research, you can go inside and you have to come out immediately. So after the job is done. So tourism, research, education purpose, okay, photography, nature photography, okay, nature research, for that and all they will allow. Apart from that, the forest official, okay, they can stay inside. But other than that, no one can stay inside. Suppose within a national park or wildlife sanctuary, if you are removing any tribal people outside, then you need to pay the compensation. Okay, for them resettlement and compensation has to be done. So that is also the rule says. So they have to be rehabilitated. A proper compensation has to be given, whether if you're going to give a place or you're going to give a place outside, including livelihood, everything we need to ensure. By chance, tourism, everything will be allowed. Tourism is also everything will be allowed. Tourism and all, you can go inside and safari ride, will come out, right? So that's how. So with some restrictions, they will allow. So it will vary from state to state. Apart from that, okay, suppose if a national park or something falls in the ocean area, normally we call it as a marine protected area. It's a marine national park. So we have, Sundarbans National Park, that and all marine. By chance, if a national park falls in the coastal region, if it falls in the Navy region, then probably Navy is for national security. Okay, now within the Navy, they may have a hydrographer. They have an officer called hydrographer. Now the hydrographer and the Ministry of Environment, that particular forest official has to decide how to earmark the territory, so that, okay, the Navy should also function for the internal security, for the national security. At the same time, conservation of this thing also should happen. So that they have to decide. Apart from that, some exceptions and all can be there. Okay, and rules and regulations and all they will make related to national park. This is a broad thing about national park and wildlife sanctuary. Now, Suppose assume that a state government or central government has earmarked a particular national park. Let me say it's a Mudumalai National Park or Bitharkanika National Park, or even let me take Bannerghatta National Park. Suppose a development activity is going to come here. Now I want this territory. I want this place from National Park. So who can give this territory? Whether state government can approve this territory? No. So here, even the state government or central government cannot directly approve. If you want to alter the boundary, please keep in mind, if you want to alter the boundary of any national park, wildlife sanctuary, okay, for a development activity or something, if you want to develop any projects or something, you need to approach a board which is called National Board for Wildlife. You need to approach a board called National Board for Wildlife, NBWL. This NBWL is one of a very powerful board. So it will have some 40+ member board. Why this board is very powerful is because Prime Minister himself is a chairman of this board. And the Union Minister, Chief Minister will be the member. So that means you can see that's a powerful board. So you can see here. So totally 47 members will be there in this board, were chaired by the Prime Minister. So all the ministers will be there. All the ministers, including MPs and all top eminent NGOs, everyone will be there. So now this board only will decide whether to alter the boundary or not. So basically this board is also constituted under the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972, but it is advisory in nature. It's advisory in nature, but actually they only give all the decision. Okay, of course, all wildlife related matters, any project approval or any alteration of boundary in national park, wildlife sanctuary, and all only will be done under the, under the decision of National Board for Wildlife. So without their permission, you cannot touch any national park or wildlife sanctuary. You cannot alter the boundary of national park or wildlife sanctuary. So that is how they play a very, very important role, National Board. So you have to approach any development project is going to come near the national park or wildlife sanctuary. You have to approach this National Board for Wildlife. Then only you can do it. Okay, so that's how NBWL. NBWL is also established under the Wildlife Protection Act. So they are the very powerful authority for any wild related matters. So normally they only give the guideline to how to, protection inside the national park, wildlife sanctuary and all the guidelines will be given only by the NBWL. So it will be implemented by the respective states. Okay, apart from this, recently we also came to know, we come to know that if you have a national park or wildlife sanctuary, the High Courts and Supreme Court said that 10 kilometers surrounding a national park or wildlife sanctuary, you need to earmark as a ecological sensitive zone. Okay, why in the sense is if you have a national park or wildlife sanctuary, many development projects, they bring it very near to the national park. So what happens is, that generally animal come out so that man-animal conflict happens. So we want some space. There should be a gap between any human activity or development activity in national park. So for this, the various high courts have said that any national park or wildlife sanctuary, 10 kilometers surrounding the national park or wildlife sanctuary, okay, you need to give it as a ecological sensitive zone. So it has to be established under the Environmental Protection Act of 1986. So here, the central government has said that the state government has to earmark. But whether in every national park you have 10 kilometers, no, it's not so. So they said that to the best possible, identify 10 kilometers surrounding of a national park and wildlife sanctuary, earmark as a ecological sensitive area. So where the activities will be regulated. Activities, human activities will be regulated. And also they say that it will act like a shock absorber. It will act like a shock absorber. Okay, it will act like a shock absorber. So that no human activity. So 10 kilometers, of course, even if a species comes out, probably it will have the place to survive, so that man-animal conflict can be reduced. That is the idea of the ecological sensitive zone. So today, every state government is trying to earmark this ecological sensitive zone. Okay, so that is about the ecological sensitive zone surrounding the national park. Okay, so this is some of the broad features of national park wildlife sanctuary. The next is conservation reserve. Community reserve. See, this Wildlife Protection Act has gone into a lot of amendment. By 2002, they did an amendment. In that amendment, it was said that it was added a new concept called conservation reserve and community reserve. So here the state government will have the power to earmark a conservation reserve or community reserve. What is it? Suppose you have a protected area, national park or wildlife sanctuary. Surrounding this, leave the 10 kilometer. Surrounding this, you may have a forest land, a light forest or something. Probably it may be a government land. And people will be staying inside it. People will be doing some activities and all, agriculture activity, livestock activity and all. Okay, now here the state government can declare this region as a conservation reserve. The state government can declare. So near the national park, adjacent to the national park or wildlife sanctuary, okay, there may be a forest land. Probably it may be a light dense forest or something with a lot of people activity. Now the state government can declare that particular region as a conservation reserve. So if the state government declares it, the rights of the people will not get affected. Okay, so they can do whatever they want. But the only thing is, the people inside the conservation reserve, they should help the forest official in conserving the, particular biodiversity. They should not do any activity that prejudices the wildlife. So it's very clear that near the national park or wildlife sanctuary, adjacent to it, if you have a forest land, probably the state government can declare it as a conservation reserve, because it may be a situation that they cannot declare, the state government cannot declare it as a wildlife sanctuary or national park, because more people activity will be there. Then you need to relocate all the people. It's not possible sometime. So that time the government has an option. The state government will have an option of declaring that as a conservation reserve, and then will ask the local people to conserve that, help the forest official in conserving that particular land. Okay, but rights of the people will not get affected. That is called conservation reserve. What is community reserve is, near the national park, adjacent to the national park or wildlife sanctuary, there may be a private land. Private land, or it can be a private land, or it can be a community land, village land. Now here, if this private or community people come forward to the government and say that we will conserve this entire forest, then the government will earmark that region as a community reserve. So here the private or the community has to come forward to the government and say that we will conserve it, this entire forest, biodiversity. Then the government, state government, can declare it as a community reserve. So here the same concept, the private people or the community, the villagers have to conserve it. They should not do any activity prejudice to the wildlife. Okay, and very important is, their rights is not going to get affected. That is both in the conservation reserve, community reserve, the rights of the people is not getting affected. But in turn, they have to help the government in conserving that particular land. This concept, it was added in 2002 under the Wildlife Protection Act. Okay, so that is the 4 protected areas: conservation reserve, community reserve, national park, wildlife sanctuary. Clear? So I think it is in 2002. Whether any national park can be downgraded, normally I don't think they will not do it. I don't think they will do it. So it's very difficult. because that is something, you're reducing your status. Generally from wildlife sanctuary, they will move to, national park, but downgrading and all, it's very, very rare. See, who will approve alteration of national park in case of NWL? It is only NBWL only. It is called as advisory nature, but they are the one who has a power because Prime Minister himself sits there. Am I right? So that's how NBWL, even though we call it as advisory nature, if Prime Minister is there, all the ministers are there, then who will decide? They only will decide. This is the ultimate authority. They only will approve whether the alteration of national park or wildlife sanctuary can be done or not. Okay, it is 10 kilometer. See, tentatively the high courts have said 10 kilometer around a national park. But the question is because in many national park, we don't have 10 kilometer. So in that case and all, they didn't declare it. Normally, it's very confusing whether central government can declare, but the act says state government only. 2002 Wildlife Protection Act amendment says state government will declare. Most of the time, it is not of importance to central government itself. Central government will, even if the central government wants, they will focus on national park or wildlife sanctuary. Conservation reserve, community reserve and all, they will not focus. That's a very light dense forest. So generally, it will not be the interest of central government. Is there a limit for declaring community reserve, conservation reserve? Yes, definitely there can be a limit. It depends on the situation. So how much area? So multiple factor plays a role. Okay, so that is about the 4 protected areas. So we have seen, so it is given in the SAA book. So you can also refer the SAA book. So national park, wildlife sanctuary, community reserve, conservation reserve. So concept of hotspot, we have seen it. So we need to see what is biosphere reserve, tiger reserve, elephant reserve, and then directly we will get into species. Directly we will get to species. Okay, so this and all you can read by your biological park. Just I will explain it. See, botanical park is nothing but to conserve the plant. So probably you would have seen zoological park is nothing but zoo. See, what is that biological park? How this concept came? See, normally if you take a zoological park, if you take a tiger, they will put a tiger in a small cage, or probably they will give a small territory for a tiger. But if you take in reality, tiger needs more than 5 square kilometers. So now in the zoological park, it seems that they are not treated properly. These animals are not treated properly because you are putting in a cage, probably putting in a small area. So now the concept of biological park is something you need to provide a territory, sufficient territory, so that it should look like national park, but it should have all the facilities of zoological park. Its appearance should be like national park. So national park, it's very big, but we cannot give like national park. So probably let me say that if you are giving some, let me say that if you are giving around 2,500 square feet, or probably if you are giving some 5,000 square feet for tiger in a zoo, so in a biological park, definitely 50,000 square feet you will give it. Just for an example, I'm telling. So you'll give a larger area so that that particular organism will feel like an insight to conservation. They will get a feel of insight to, but actually it is excite to. Biological park, it's excite to, but they will get the animal will get a feel of insight to, so that it is not, inhumane condition is not given. Probably proper treatment will be given. So that is the idea of biological park. So right now we also have some biological park across the world. Okay, so that is about it. So in the next class, we will discuss about biosphere reserve, tiger reserve, elephant, and species and all will go. So you can ask for the doubts. So any doubts if you have, just ask. Any doubts in the calendar? No. See, Wildlife Protection Act. Chandra Mohan. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you're audible. Tell me.
Sir, I am having a doubt regarding the formation of an estuary and mangrove, sir. For example, if you consider Andaman and Nicobar, they are having a large amount of mangroves, sir. But when you consider the freshwater quantum in Andaman and Nicobar, it is very small when compared to mainland India. And then how come they are able to sustain that environment and they are able to grow in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, sir?
See, two things you need to understand. Mangrove, most of the time, it is found in the coastal region. Coastal region, it is found. Even the deltas also, you can find mangroves and all. See, even in Andaman Nicobar, actually, you're conceptualizing that Andaman Nicobar will not have any rain at all. But you need to also understand, of course, it is a region where you will experience highest rainfall.
Yes.
If you see the Indian monsoon, if you see the first thing, when your Kerala hits, when the Kerala gets the southwest monsoon, first time, of course, by the time Andaman Nicobar would have also got the highest rainfall. Of course, it is somewhat equal to a tropical rainforest, Andaman Nicobar. The highest rainfall you will find it. So definitely you will find a substantial amount of rainfall. Freshwater entry will be there. Okay. In case of, see, don't take in estuary, don't always try to combine estuary and mangrove. Of course, estuary, within estuary, mangroves also will be there. But even the deltas also you will find mangrove. Even in the coastal also you will find mangrove. Okay, it is not that estuary will be only found in the it is not that mangrove will be only found in the estuary. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, see, marshland. It is also probably a waterlogged area. If you have, just a minute. Okay, it is also waterlogged area. If you have grasses, it is called marshland. Provided if you have a grasses, it's called marshland. Grasses are the marshland. Just a minute. Someone is hand raising.
Hi, sir.
Hi, ask me, Ashwin.
My doubt is you have given benefits of seagrass bed as 10% of ocean oxygen production is equal to tropical rainforest. I don't understand what is the point.
No. See, they say that is in terms of productivity. We say that is if you take oxygen production by the tropical rainforest, how much oxygen it produces for a year? The same amount of oxygen the seagrass bed will also produce. That is what it means. Okay. And within ocean, 10% of oxygen production is done by the seagrass. You don't confuse that and this.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
So, how much amount of oxygen produced by tropical rainforest in the atmosphere? The same amount is produced by seagrass bed. Will it go to the atmosphere?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely. From there, it is going to come out of the water. Yes. Okay. It increases the water oxygen level and everything.
Okay. So oxygen level. Okay. So in the in the level of atmosphere, the tropical rainforest and the seagrass bed produces the same amount of oxygen level.
Yes.
And in the ocean, it accounts for the 10% of oxygen.
10% of the oxygen. Now they say that now various report comes. Now recently they said that tropical, of course, in terms of productivity, corals and seagrass bed has surpassed the tropical rainforest. So anyway, that I will going to discuss in the current affair.
Sure.
It has come in the current affair because I have not told for some batches, which we'll discuss in the current affairs.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Good
Sir,
evening, Sid.
sir, I have a doubt regarding this habitat, sir. Means I saw on previous question paper. In that, musk deer habitat was given, sir. So, how to know which habitat for which species, sir?
See,
How-
that's we have many number of species. We will be discussing around 60 to 70 species. Okay, normally musk deer. If you take musk deer, most of the time it will be in the higher altitude. So probably in Trans Himalayas, in the upper Himalayas and all, you can find this musk deer. Anyway, we are going to discuss this in the next class. Probably we'll get into species. We will divide India into 10 biogeographic zone. So in that, we will try to see, few species in the biogeographic zone, so that we will have a rough understanding, because it's not so easy to exactly find it. So we need to do really guesswork for species. Definitely, we need to guesswork.
If we are able to guess, then we can map the wildlife sanctuary also.
Yes, definitely. We can do it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We are going to discuss the next class.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you.
மீட்டிங் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணலாமா சார்?
க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிடலாம்.
ஓகே சார்.
ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ.